Okay, I think we're ready to start. Okay, looks like everybody is present today. Do we do the pledge before this one or just before the other one? Okay. Let's see here. Roll. Do we have any additions or deletions or corrections to the agenda?
We do not.
Okay.
I do want to just note, though, as far as the board members, we do have the one absence for our educational services
Yes.
assistant superintendent position. Thank you.
Perfect. Okay, and then it doesn't look like we have any public comments, so we can move on to the consent agenda. And then looks like just minutes from the last board meeting,
That's correct.
and then no communications.
No communications.
And I don't see anybody from the CAC here either.
Mr. Harris did respond that he was unable to attend this evening.
Okay. And then we have, did you want to talk about item number 2, distribution of CAC
Real quick, Kayla,
information?
we will need to vote on the consent.
Oh, we need to vote on the consent.
Yeah,
that's
just to
right. Okay.
approve the minutes.
Perfect. So we can do a roll call vote on the consent agenda if we can get a motion.
I'll move to approve the consent agenda.
I'll second.
Okay, roll call vote. Mr. Crow?
Yes.
Mr. Marzano?
Aye.
Mr. Whitaker?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Mr. Critchfield?
Yes.
Ms. Hedegaard?
Yes, I don't think I'm.
You don't think vote?
Sure.
You should not?
No.
No.
Okay.
Thank you, though.
Yes.
I do appreciate
You're
it.
so welcome.
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
And I'm also a yes. Okay. And then, so we can move on to item 9.2.
Perfect. Thank you. So this is an informational item. Attached are the flyers that have been updated highlighting about the Community Advisory Committee. The intention here is, of course, it's provided in English and in Spanish. It is the same flyer that was distributed last year. The part that has been updated is the new County Office of Education Leadership with our interim superintendent, Mr. Critchfield. And so the hope is that these are displayed in the offices, is also handed out during IEP meetings with families, in order to just try to create a space and a partnership with our Community Advisory Committee to provide family support. I would want to just highlight too that, again, we're very appreciative for our partnership with First Five. We've already had the first CAC meeting this year and they are hosting us. By utilizing their facilities, it allows us to be able to offer childcare during the meeting in order to further try to entice parents that have, as we know, many competing commitments to participate. And so these meetings, again, are also just in addition to the other events that are being provided by the officers, which include that coffee and connection, also hosted at the First Five, as well as then they have a variety of holiday events. And so I just want to, as the SELPA director, I just want to speak to my gratitude of the partnership with the officers, because we're really working to try to be strategic in regards to what space is really respectful of families and about that connection versus then where we as administrators have a role and a partnership in that. And so we're balancing that again with between the meeting space, coffee and connection, but it's nice. It seems that First Five is a really wonderful location for, they have that great child center and, so anyways, that's all part of the distribution of this information to families. And so I'm happy to answer any questions. But.
Well, I just noticed something. I was looking at the brochures. The old brochure must have gotten attached to this because it's got old names on it,
Oh, no.
or at least
Really?
on mine.
Man, this really speaks to my inabilities when it comes to attachments. Okay, the one that I grabbed out of our.
That one probably is correct, but
It
what?
says Jared Critchfield interim. That's literally the only thing that's different.
Yeah, I just
But
figured,
we will make sure that then it's posted again. So thank you for highlighting that. I apologize.
other than that, no questions.
Yeah.
Anybody else have any questions or comments they want to make? No, but I will say that having it at First Five is really great. I've been to the Coffee and Connections a couple times, and having the childcare and having a place there is literally the only way that my husband and I can go to something like that together. So it's really great.
Perfect.
All right, so looks like do we need to vote on any of this? No. Okay. So we can move on to item 10.1, the staffing update and discussion.
All right, wonderful. So with each SELPA meeting, we understand it's important to provide an update in regards to the staffing, knowing the challenges that we experience in special education. It's especially critical. So the attachment, hopefully it's the correct one. The attachment highlights the special education specific positions which are currently facing vacancies in our system. As you know, a large piece of the work of the special ed department, in addition to recruitment and retention, is to establish relationships with various contracting agencies that provide special education services where possible. And so as a result, the hope is with this attachment is to display very intentionally the color coding. So if the vacancies are black, that number represents the vacancies which are in our system. They're posted on EdJoin. We are intentional and would prefer to hire people to be members of our team, but they are being filled by a contractor. If the number is in red, the number represents a vacancy which we're still looking to fulfill permanently or contract. But likewise, we are tracking the minutes that are owed to students in these gaps. And there's one area before I ask if there's any questions that I want to highlight. It's the speech and language pathology, because at the beginning of this school year, I reported out that speech was an area of success for us in regards to contracting, and that we were starting the beginning of the year fully covered for our employee vacancies. As you can see, it's one of the largest areas that we're experiencing vacancies. And further, that at the time we had commitments from a variety of partnering agencies in which all of our elementary schools had one in-person and one virtual provider. We were really excited about this, as well as our sites and our teams and our families. Unfortunately, my update for you today is with some sadness and it really shows that we are not unique in regards to the struggles of being able to staff, and that these are shared with even our staffing agencies. And so in many of the instances where our contractors, they've had changeovers in staff that have implicated even 1 or 2 changes already. We also have 2 of our secondary sites, which because of staffing changes in contracting agencies is now back to completely virtual speech being provided. It is compliant if whether or not it's the best interest of students depends on every student's individual need. So I want to highlight that we're constantly monitoring this. We're working towards a place of trying to be able to remedy the challenges of course, recruitment and retention, having people join us directly in the workforce. But in the interim, that also we're doing our due diligence in regards to our commitments to family to be, have open communication, be transparent of where we're not meeting the minutes and tracking those minutes, that if we get to the end of the year looking at breaks in our schedule where compensatory services can be accessed. Similarly to what we did this last summer, again with speech and making that opportunity available to families. So I'm happy to answer any questions, but definitely wanted to provide further explanation in those numbers.
Sure. Did anybody have any questions or comments?
I have a question. Kind of as a supplemental to this, what's the outlook on spacing needs, like classrooms and, what you need? Because we have we have these vacancies. Say we get these filled, is our spacing adequate?
I would offer, I'm excited about the opportunity that consolidation presents as far as looking through our restricted facilities in a new light. So I would offer that that's one area of opportunity that I personally haven't necessarily been in discussions with. But I think, to answer your question, it kind of depends on the position. So for our mild to moderate teaching positions, for example, many of the site leaders have already, identified space for them, and they're protecting that space with the hope that then that position is filled. Most of our DIS, or designated intervention, like speech and occupational therapy as an example, they're very itinerant depending on how many sites they're at, and again, usually share a space. So I think to be more effective, I would need to look at a specific job and a specific site and then have that conversation with that site leader. There's always areas of opportunity, but I know that our administration works hard in order to afford everybody an adequate workspace.
I know that spacing's at a premium for everyone, so it's like, hopefully the special education has their has their piece of the pie available and remains available.
Yeah, and what I can speak to is, like, for example, all of the elementary site leaders this year were wonderful partners in making space for the in-person speech and language providers that they hadn't had in previous years. So many of them, it required some movement, so, but they engaged with that, and the whole site community was accommodating. So I think it's also just when we see the whites of their eyes, we pivot.
Does anybody else have anything to add? No? Yeah, and I just wanted, when we first looked at this chart, it shows a lot of vacancies. However, the only positions that don't have a body filling them are the ones that are highlighted in red at this moment in time, which is pretty good considering how many vacancies are listed on there. So, so that's good. So, I mean, those people are already being housed, which is nice as well. Okay. We'll move on to 10.2, compliance and improvement monitoring update.
Okay, wonderful. So this, again, is a reoccurring item that I am bringing back to you in regards to the status of the County Office of Education and the Unified School District for the compliance improvement monitoring process. Our County Office of Ed and the Unified School District are currently actually assigned to different levels because according to the state, they are separate entities. So for the 2024 school year, the district is in targeted level 3, while the county office is in targeted level 2. The assigned levels just has implications for the type of activities that we're involved in. And so as an example, the district is currently monitoring progress on activities that we had identified in a report that was submitted to you and the Department of Education previously. The progress report that is attached was submitted in July. These are all just in standard timelines. A few of the actual activities that are highlighted in that progress report speak to our collaborative involvement with human resources, again, around retention and recruitment, because we know staffing is so critical. It was really speaking to the local recruitment efforts that were made of having the job fairs, as well as working to identify any of our classified staff that may be interested in pursuing a credential and transitioning into some of our vacant special education instructional positions. It also, because it's a multifaceted approach, it has us reviewing our data, what we're submitting to CalPADS. And so another piece in that progress report that I would like to highlight is the work that the team is doing in regards to the delay codes. So a special education teacher or a speech and language pathologist, if they do not meet the meeting dates that are stipulated in an individual student's IEPs and they are considered to be overdue, they are obligated to submit a meeting delay code, which there are a number of categories that are defined by the Department of Ed. And we were noted for being, out of compliance or having kind of inconsistent data across our school sites. And what we found was because people were interpreting those delay codes in inconsistent ways. So we're working as a department in order to have reference documents, as well as then our SACE technicians are following up with people that are using certain delay codes in order to make sure that there's just consistency. Because again, it's not to say that any one reason is right or wrong, but rather to make sure that then when we look at the data as a whole, we we are confident in being able to identify where there are barriers to holding the meetings on time. And this is true for our staff as well as families. Many of the codes, the delay codes that are noted in there are often, or not, I shouldn't say often, but they could be a result of families requesting for meetings to be delayed or that they're unable to attend for a variety of reasons. And so it's also about us helping to identify those barriers as well. And so then on the County Office of Education side, we're participating in a student review file process, which of course is much more confidential, but it focuses specifically on the compliance of writing IEPs. And this is just, we're again appreciative. We're supported by our partnership with our legal team in our department meetings that are hosted once a month. We are, a number of them, we're partnering with our legal team in order to break the IEP into chunks and actually have a compliant IEP writing training for our staff. Again, just to create equity and consistency and understanding the documents itself and what the expectations are. So we believe that engaging in this student file review process, as well as then having this kind of proactive team approach to professional learning around IEP writing, that we're setting this stage for improvement.
All right, perfect. So if we don't need a vote, then we'll move on to item 10.3, interagency agreement between SELPA and VMRC.
Okay, and this also is just for information, but wanted to make sure that you were aware that our interagency agreement between ourselves as the SELPA and also Valley Mountain Regional Center continues and has been renewed for this year. It is specifically about working together to serve students that are birth to 36 months and are eligible under IDEA, under Part C. We're especially appreciative for this partnership as just more of what the agreement represents. Our County Office of Education Program Specialist, Jill Weber, she is the lead in this collaboration and has been working to streamline aspects of the agreement that are so critical, which include referral between both agencies as well as service delivery. There is much more work to be done, and we just again appreciate the continued commitment of all parties that are involved. So wanted to share this agreement.
Okay, great. Does anybody have any questions or comments about that? No? Okay. So looks like we're gonna talk about our next meeting will be December 18th, 2024, and then we'll establish the rest of the dates. And our meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.
Sorry about that. Spanish one's off too.
Thank you for highlighting that. My apologies. Ugh, that's so frustrating. The devil's in the details.
you know, one of our favorite series to eye guzzle together is we like to watch Alone, where they send them to Alaska. And you have to be the last man standing. Women can't make it. If the women go in there, they don't have enough body fat on them. Like, they're all skinny little naturalists, and they're not gonna last 2 months on a salmon. Well, because when you're in once it starts snowing. It is 5:30. We're going to call this meeting to order for the Amador County Unified School District. All the board members are in attendance. We do not have anyone present to make public comment on closed session items, so we will retire to closed session. We expect to be back at 6:30. Thank you. Thank you for your patience. We had to wait for the clock to officially get to 6:30, the posted time. We can't start early. So we are reconvening. In closed session, we did receive negotiations updates on CSEA and also ACTA. And nothing else to report out from closed session. We do have one correction to the agenda. For some reason, board member reports was under item 19 adjournment, and it belongs under 17 reports. It should be 17.2, so that correction is reflected on the agenda. Mr. Critchfield, do you have any other corrections?
Looking at staff, no, we do not.
Okay, thank you. Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next, we are going to have swearing in of our newest student board member. So good evening and welcome to the Amador County Unified School District Board meeting. Tonight, we are pleased to officially welcome our new student board member, Molly Jane Gilliam, who will serve as a representative of the Argonaut student body. The role of student board member is vital in ensuring that the voice of our students is heard in the decision-making process, and we are excited to have her join us in this capacity. At this time, I would like to invite Molly Jane Gilliam to step forward for the official swearing in. I will meet you here at this front podium. Do we have? That's gonna be okay. Okay. Raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Molly Jane Gilliam,
I, Molly Jane Gilliam,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United
the
States
Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
that I will bear true allegiance to the same,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of
or
evasion,
purpose of evasion,
and that I will well
and that I will well
and faithfully
and faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
upon which I am about to enter.
upon which I am about to enter.
Congratulations.
Welcome, Molly. Your name placard has been ordered tonight. You just get a little slip of paper in that, but we will have an official one for you soon.
Okay, congratulations again. We're excited to have you join us. It's one of the best parts of the board meetings. Okay, so we're moving on to presentations and recognitions. First, we'll have our challenge coin recognitions. Mr. Horacek, are you ready? Excellent, welcome. Mr. Horacek comes from Plymouth Elementary.
Good evening, Board President, trustees, superintendent, and cabinet. Tonight, I'm proud to recognize two outstanding members of the Plymouth Elementary School community, Todd Peterson and Tim Albrecht. Both uniquely represent the qualities of the gold standard. Old school and young, teacher and aide, ACUSD, ACOE. And yet similar in very many ways. Tim Albrecht was a 2023 graduate of Argonaut High School. He applied to, exactly. He applied to join the growing extra support needs program at Plymouth Elementary. in that summer and started last fall. Tim exemplifies fun and relationships, two gold standard qualities. He's developed amazing relationships with students that he serves. I often hear no from a student when another aide or teacher places a demand. Tim says, you want me to go with you? Or do you want me to help? And the answer changes to yes. A highlight of my day is hearing the laughter from his students at recess because he's leading a big game of tag. It helps to be 19 when needing to keep up with 10 very energetic 8-year-olds. Tim shows initiative, responds immediately to feedback, and incorporates new learning into his day almost immediately. I'm very proud to have him on our team. Todd Peterson has been the first grade teacher at Plymouth Elementary, at least the entire time that I've worked there. We started looking around the room and he said, yeah, I had that one's kids and had that one's kids. He has the respect and admiration of his colleagues and families. He personifies authenticity in the gold standard. He is the same, even-tempered, yet firm, kind, yet demanding teacher every day with every student, every year that I've worked with him. He thinks he's an old dog who can't learn new tricks, but we've worked together many times to try new ways to engage difficult students and teach resistant learners to read. Mr. P is the authentic Mr. P before school and after school, in the fall, in the spring, at staff meetings, and when you're with him one-on-one, and with every first grader he has ever encountered while he's, at least while I've worked with him. Have you ever wanted to meet Mr. Rogers in person? Todd, thank you for being an authentically dedicated teacher who's truly in the game for the students. Every day, every time, every line. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Horacek. While they get their photo, I will call Mr. Pingree for food services to the podium.
Good evening, board, cabinet, Mr. Critchfield. Okay, I had 6 people that were going to be here tonight. 4 of them are sick. 1 of them is actually working. So, I had the pleasure of introducing Nano Vieira. These actual 6 members got us out of a tough situation at the beginning of the school, or the summer program for feeding. We found ourselves in a situation where we had no staff, and a lot of people actually came in and helped make those meals, and these guys contributed to that. And they served Ione Junior, Argonaut High School, Pine Grove Elementary, Plymouth Elementary, Amador High School, Jackson Junior, Jackson Elementary, and every library in Calaveras County. And that was for a combined 44,400 meals in the summer program, which is a huge accomplishment. Thank you so much. So I will be giving everyone else's coins at another time. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pingree. So our final presentation is from Mr. Cruz. We're going to get a summer maintenance and construction update. Welcome.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Critchfield, cabinet members, and community members. It's always an honor to get in front of you at the end of summer to show you what our department has done. These guys are amazing. They have a lot of skills, and these slides really show what these guys can do. When we get to the presentation. I have a little short video in here, and the one that you're looking at on your iPad, in order for you to view that video, you had to go to your preferences and your settings and kind of adapt it to watch it. And I thought, okay, I might spend 30 minutes explaining how to get there. So here we are. Our summer projects for 2024. Next slide. Here's a little bit of what I'm going to be covering tonight. All the different categories. Here is what we normally start with during the summer. We have our list that we go into. I work with Superintendent Critchfield. I work with the principals at the school sites, and we kind of look at what needs to be done during summer. And so we create this list, and as we move through summer, we start knocking those projects off the list or adapt it or change it as things might come up, a more priority need. So next slide. Here we started at Trillia, this Trillia Special Ed building over on the Argonaut campus. And it had partitions. If you see those little rails up on the roof, that's actually little sliding partitions that you can rearrange the walls within that building. But it wasn't going to work anymore because we brought in a ceramics class, which is on the other side of the wall, and special ed is remaining on this side, and those little partitions aren't very soundproof. So we had to end up putting this wall in. So here's a wall in the left picture. Now, to soundproof it, we actually build a second wall. On the right-hand side, you can see a second wall going up against that one, and that separates the two walls, which keeps it soundproof. Dennis, one of our maintenance guys, he was measuring the studs down on the floor, and I asked him, could you stand up a minute so I can take a photo? And so he did. Next slide. And then in the corner of this room was a fireplace, and it wasn't a working fireplace. It was just a fireplace to kind of create a home atmosphere to teach special ed about doing your home chores and whatever their program was there. So that was in the way and had to come out. And in the corner on the right-hand side, you can see that fireplace taken out. And the walls have been painted, retextured, repaired. Next slide. And then in the ceramics classroom, here's the tile floor going down. So Charlie, another one of our maintenance guys, or one of our maintenance 4 people, is putting the tile floor down. Next slide. And there's the 2 rooms completed. So the room on the left is a special ed room. We didn't have time for the flooring in that room because we ran out of time at the end of summer, but this October break, we'll be putting carpet in that classroom. And then the picture on the right shows the ceramic class all finished. And the back wall is the one with the little bookcase on it, and it's got little art pieces that the students have been making. Next slide. There's our OH building. This is at Jackson Elementary campus. This is another county Office of Ed building. This was the kitchen. I don't know if anybody had been in there and remember seeing the old kitchen that was in there, but we took all the appliances out, all the cabinets. They needed another office on campus, so we went ahead and modified this kitchen to turn it into a classroom. We put a wall on the left. You can see the wall going in, and then the walls are all finished and painted on the right-hand side. Next slide. And the sliding partition where the new wall was in the kitchen is now in an office. Those 2 offices were separated by a wall, and they wanted to interact with each other. So we actually took the partition down in the kitchen, put it in this office. They can separate the 2 offices, or they can keep it as one. And then the right photo shows the other side of the wall here at the beginning of the school year when we did all the finish work on it and the teachers got it all prepped ready for school. Next slide. And then here was the surprise in the content. So there's always something that comes up during summer. This was 4th of July weekend. We got a call from the superintendent's office that a neighbor was saying that by Ione Junior High, water's running down the road. So we sent one of our maintenance guys over there. They shut the water off. We got in right after the holiday to start working on it and realized that there was a valve buried in the dirt, didn't have a Christie box or anything around it. It was just buried in the dirt for who knows how many years. And it decided to come apart that weekend, and so we went in and we replaced it and have an actual cover on it so we can get to it now. And that took us off the projects for about 3 days, and then when this was completed, we were able to get back on the projects. Next slide. Pioneer Kitchen, elementary kitchen. This is one of our asbestos remediation projects here. We had to have a asbestos contractor come in and remove the flooring. The tile itself actually didn't have asbestos in it, but the adhesive underneath did. And in order to remediate that, you have to actually take the subflooring off. So that's what the contractors are doing here. They're in the process on the right-hand side of taking all this subflooring out to get rid of all that old adhesive. And then next slide. There we are, our maintenance department went in, we put a new subfloor down, we put new tile down. This is not a strip and wax tile. Most of school districts are getting away from that now. Now we just have to mop it with soap and water and keep it clean. So it's saving money and saving a lot of labor with going with this new style. And then the right-hand side is showing all the appliances back in just before school, getting ready for another school year. Next slide. Pioneer Elementary, same campus. This is our sinkhole hole up in the driveway up there. This is the bus loop where the buses come in, and this thing every year just gives us a problem. And so this year we went ahead and put some rebar in there and we filled it in with concrete. We'll see how it holds up for the school year. Next slide. This is I think it's a speech therapist room on the other side of the library. And you could actually go up to the wall and take your finger and stick it right through the wall. That's how rotted out this wall is. And it's because of the snow and the rain and everything up at the higher elevation. So the maintenance department came in, we took the HVAC unit off the wall, we took the electrical sub panel off the wall, we repaired everything within the wall, and then put up new siding and reattached everything. Next slide. So there it is, all finished. Now you can't put your finger through the wall. Okay, next slide. A little bit down the hill at Pine Grove Elementary, this is an HVAC unit. We replaced this in-house with our in-house HVAC guy. That unit was about $3,500. If we had a contractor doing it, we'd be paying about $18,000. So we saved a lot of money doing it ourselves, and the reason we had to do it is the pan on the left-hand side, you can kind of see a drip mark going past the grill there. That was leaking water inside this custodial closet, and there's 3 electrical panels in there. So it's not really a good idea to have your custodian standing in a puddle of water to reset a breaker. So we had to get this fixed. Next slide. Playground up at Pine Grove Elementary, we resealed the playground, and then Mitch, our in-house painter, he came in and restriped the playground, all the playground lines back on all the court lines. Next slide. Jackson Elementary, this was a tree that died about 2 years ago, and we had a chance this summer to go in and cut it down. You can see the photo on the right. We didn't cut it all the way down to a stump because we didn't want to create a trip hazard. So when we get a grinder to come in, we'll cut that down and have a stump grinder come in and grind it. And then I was sharing this presentation with my department this week to show them what I was going to share with you. And one of the maintenance guys says, well, why don't we take that tree stump and carve a cougar out of it? So I was going to talk to Jared about it. We might check into that and have a wood carver come and maybe carve a cougar. That is their school.
I took a tour of Pine Grove, and in their kindergarten play yard, they had a tree that was taken down. The parent club had a bear carver come in, and there's like 2 or 3 bears climbing this old stump.
Yeah. So I think I might pursue that and check into that. Next slide. Okay, since we were talking about the tree, now let's talk about fire prevention. So one of the biggest changes in California over the last 4 or 5 years has been our wildfires. And 10, 15 years ago, your fire marshals would come in when you did your school fire drills and pretty much see how it operated, and then they would leave. But with our wildfires that we've been having, we are now also getting recommendations from our local fire marshals of cleaning up our campuses with the trees and the brush and everything else. So here is Ione Junior High. This is the fire lane on the back side of the school that comes around the swimming pool, and it comes up behind the 2-story building. And the fire marshal was saying, obviously, looking at the photo on the left, I can't really get my truck up here if there's a fire. So we need to clear this brush back a little bit. So on the right-hand side, you can see where we cleared the brush back. And next slide. And there's piles of brush that you can see on the left-hand photo. That all came from behind the 2-story building. So we had to have a 30-foot clearance behind that building. So now the fire chief can get his truck up there and safely get his firefighters behind the building if there was ever to be a fire there. Next slide. This is our ground shop. Now, we're always busy at the school sites. We don't really ever get a chance to work at our shops. Here, this summer, we had to because we had a fire marshal come in and point these areas out to us. Now, this is old surplus furniture that's ready to go to the landfill, and behind it is a big pile of brush that had been there for years. So we had to clean that up, and the photo on the right shows that area all cleaned up. Next slide. And then here was our ground shop. So this is the west side of the building on the left photo and the east side of the building on the right photo. And the trees were literally sandwiching that building in between those two trees. So in this case, we had to get a tree company to come in and cut all those trees back. Next slide. And there it is, all trimmed and cleaned up and the proper clearance around our building. Next slide. This is Argonaut Track. This is the one I think you probably have a blank photo on your iPad. So Desiree will play the video for us. This is our guys doing a concrete slab. This is our crew doing the concrete at Argonaut Track. A little time lapse we put together. Now that was about a 30-second clip there. The job actually took about 2 hours for those guys to put all that concrete in place. And the whole crew was there. It literally takes the whole crew to do a job like that. And typically, once all the concrete's in place, 3/4 of the crew will leave and go work on something else, and then there'll be a couple finishers that'll stay to finish up the concrete. And then we did a second half. You can see the part behind. So this is for a couple sheds to go up. You can see the grounds equipment on the ball field behind that. That's what's going to go into the sleds, and then the soccer goals will all get moved up to the slab behind the sheds. So we can kind of protect our equipment a little bit better. Next slide. I just wanted to give a shout out to the crew. This is our crew that you saw in the videos and the ones that did all the projects. Next slide. And this, I'm going to change direction now. So this is California Uniform Public Construction Cost Accounting Code, or a nickname that we call CUPCA. Whenever you hear somebody refer to CUPCA, they're talking about the California construction laws. Because we're a public works entity, all of our projects are considered public works. So what I wanted to kind of share tonight is what is the difference between like a residential project that we would normally work on and what is a public works project. So here's a set of rules that go with CUPCA. Our board adopted this act in 2017, and there's a good reason why we adopted it, and I'll give you an example why most public agencies go with CUPCA. Your normal $15,000 bid, you're going to advertise in a newspaper, you're going to advertise for 2 weeks, you're going to give your contractors 10 days to prepare a bid, and then you're going to review those bids, you're going to have a public opening, and then you're going to have a total of about 6 weeks before you're done. Now let's give a case of an HVAC going out. We have students in a classroom, it's 105 degrees, and an HVAC goes out. If we followed the old $15,000 public bid process, it could take 6 weeks to get an HVAC unit in there. So California realized that was a problem, and they came up with this act and says, well, if we adopt this, we can take care of those emergency situations. And so that's what this is for, is if you look at the 3 columns on the right, you can see a $60,000 or less, you see a $60,000 to $200,000 column, and you see a $200,000 or more column. And so what that allows public agencies to do is anything under $60,000, you can just get a vendor and set up a PO and have a job done. So your average HVAC unit now is about $20,000 to replace. So if there's an emergency and we need to replace a unit right away, we can get our local HVAC vendor to come in and get this replaced right away and not have to wait 6 weeks. An informal bid is $60,000 to $200,000, which we can pretty much control as a district also by giving directions to the contractors. And then when you get above $200,000, you're kind of talking DSA projects and architects being involved with a set of blueprints and everything else. So we did have one informal project this summer, And next slide. Using that process, and I'm going to be talking about the Trillia concrete job because that was over $60,000 for the outside classroom area. So what we did following that process is we had to email all our contractors on our contracting list. And we set up a job walk date so that all the contractors would come, and then we're going to request proposals from those contractors after we do this job walk. So at the job walk, we give them a scope of work. We, as the district, prepare that scope of work. And we have a sign-in sheet, and then we also discuss our district policies. And one district policy that we've set is if you're not at the job walk, you can't submit a bid. So you have to be at the job walk to be aware of what we're asking for and what we want to do. So any contractor could submit a bid, but if they weren't there, we're not going to accept it. And then once we receive the proposals, we choose the best qualified contractor. So what is the biggest difference between, say, residential or public works? Well, first of all, our contractors have to be DIR registered. So that's the Department of Industrial Relations. And what that means is they have to pay certified payroll. They have to pay prevailing wage, and they have to prove that certified payroll to the state of California. If the state of California comes and says, hey, you use taxpayers' money to do a project, we want to see your certified payroll to make sure you paid all your employees prevailing wage. If they don't, then they're going to get in trouble with the state of California. They have to obviously have their state contractor license, and they also are required to have bonds. So any job over $25,000, they have to have a performance and payment bond. And to quickly describe those, a performance bond is if a contractor flakes on you and he doesn't complete the job and he just kind of disappears and we're in the middle of this job, we can actually hire another contractor to come, go after that bond, and that bond will pay for that second contractor to finish the job. And same thing with a payment bond. Let's say Meeks calls us a month after a project is done and say, hey, you know, that contractor never paid us for all the material they picked up, and you guys own it now because it's at your school district. We want to be paid for that. Well, in that case, we would go after the payment bond, and that bond would pay. Now, contractor's not off free. These bond companies are going to obviously go after him because they were out their money to satisfy the district. So once all this is in place and in order, then we send out a notice to proceed. The contractor comes out, does the job, and when the job's done, I do a final walk. I make sure everything that we requested is done, and then I authorize the business department to pay the contractor. So that's a public works process and how it works. And by California state law, any job over $1,000 is considered in a school district is considered a public works project, and we need to follow this process. Next slide. So this was the job I was referring to. That was the informal bid project. The school site Argonaut requested to have a concrete slab put down. They wanted an outside classroom area for a ceramics class that they were getting set up. So I went out and I looked at the job. And there's several problems there that I hope everybody sees. One is we got a 6-foot retaining wall right there. So if we just put a slab in and we didn't protect that fall height, somebody's going to fall off of there. So we had to obviously design a fence to go along there. And then you'll also notice there's 4 rain gutters along that side of the building. So we had to get that water out of there, because the retaining wall is higher than the walls are on the building, which means that water would backwash back into the building and we'd end up flooding that building out. So we made sure there was plenty of drainage in there. Next slide. So there's the project towards completion. You can see the left-hand photo is the fence and the slab going all the way down the building. In the front was the contractor finishing the front slab. All the poles are installed for the fencing. And next slide. And there it is completed with the gate in the front, and it's really a nice outdoor classroom area for students to go out and do their ceramic projects outside instead of in the classroom. Next slide.
Sir, I have a question. Was that not a fall hazard before the concrete?
Yes, I think because we weren't using the area, it wasn't a priority, but once we got in there to realize we were going to use it, it's like, we better get a fence up here. Yeah. Okay, Ione Elementary School. I'm sure if anybody's drove past Ione Elementary, you'll notice a lot of stuff going on out there. And the developer, I'm just going to say my hat's off to the developer out there. I think I've worked with him all summer long, and he's just done a great job for us. So on the left-hand photo, this was that old lot that kind of went down the hill. It had a bunch of rock in it. It had concrete in it. It had an old septic tank in it. And weeds 3-4 feet tall. And we always had to go in there and do the weed eating for our fire prevention and step over these boulders and rocks, and it was not an easy area to work in. So now we've created it into a parking lot. The developer was able to get a bunch of dirt, bring it up here, and level us out a parking lot. I think we can fit about 50 cars in there, and it's getting used. I mean, I watch parents come in there and they drop their students off. They walk them to the front office, and then they get back into their cars, and nobody seems to be parking down the road anymore. So I think it was been a really good solution for us. Next slide. And here's where the dirt came from. So this is the road that they're putting in, and it comes around the edge of the property along the highway out to the new development. This is going to become our bus loop. This is where the buses are going to travel down to exit the property, so we can separate parent drop-off and bus drop-off. And on the right-hand photo, when they were doing this road, this is our water line, our main water line that goes to the irrigation on the field. And this water line was right in the middle of the road. And of course, they destroyed it with their grading equipment trying to get this going. So there was 3 or 4 leaks, and I showed up one day, and a landscape contractor was out there doing these repairs, and I kind of said, well, are you leaving it like this? And it was, yes, we are. And I had to remind him that this isn't going to work for a school district, because our maintenance department can't tear up a road if there's ever damage on that line in the future. This line needs to be moved to the edge of the road so that if something breaks in the future, my crew can get in there and fix it. So they understood that. He didn't understand it, but the developer did, and so the developer made him move it to the edge of the road. And so again, my hat's off to him. So we can safely get in there and work on that if there's ever any problem, because you know what? There's always problems with water lines. Next slide. And then here's the back of the school. This is where the buses will go down. These sheds were kind of along where the buses would be leaving, and we had to move those sheds kind of up and over against the fence. And again, the developer brought his carpenter out. They redid all the trim, all the dry rot. They painted all the buildings to match the school. I thought it was great that he did that for us. And he moved all the sheds into their new location. And then the right-hand photo shows where the buses will be exiting the property. They'll go up there between those trees and make a left, and they'll end up in the new development up there. And they're actually putting in a gate that will be remote control, so when the buses get to the end of that road, they'll hit the remote and the gate will open up and the buses can go right on out. Next slide. And here is our Amador football field. This is our emergency vehicle exit. This was gravel for years, and this year we were able to get the asphalt laid down there. And the reason why is because the city of Sutter Creek was putting a sewer line down Oro Madre, and the project manager called me up one day and says, hey, Joe, would you be interested in doing asphalt on your ball field for your emergency vehicles, because we have to re-asphalt that whole road after we get done. I told him, send me a quote, and he did, and it was very reasonable. So we had him do that. This is when they did the road going down to our track, and then they were getting ready to pave the Oro Madre Street. Okay, next slide. And that's it. So I will take any questions anybody has.
I don't have a question. I just wanted to recognize and thank the maintenance department and all of the guys and employees that contribute to getting these projects done for us.
Yes, thank you.
And I hope that you have another fall break with no surprises.
Yeah, me too. Thank you.
I have a question or a few questions. Your example of the water line going down the middle of the road, what is the process as far as plan checking before we get to that point? when we know that a project's going on, how do we address that to do a review before any work starts?
I can speak to that. So we went through a process a few years ago in our warehouse where we went through and organized all of the plans that we had. We don't have plans for everything. And so there's lots of gaps for whether, and especially when it comes to things like water lines, where we don't always have everything in the plans. And so this is, at this point in certain projects, it's to be expected. And so once they started digging, they found different things that weren't in any plans that we had. But like Joe said, the developer was great in moving everything so that it's set up for the future. And now we do have the plans for the new location of the water line and everything else.
So part of my question is, as we are still in the consolidation process, I just want to make sure that we are looking ahead far enough so that we don't have any issues when we have these very expensive projects starting, that we're ahead of that. The other thing is on, like, when you do concrete projects, do we have inspectors that come out and confirm that the concrete is meeting specifications?
No, I think my maintenance department has enough skill in doing that. We actually had a pumper come out on one job and he was watering the concrete down too much, and my guys were telling him, you can't wet the concrete this much. And his response was, oh, I'm not gonna tear my pump up for you guys. And so it was like, okay, then you're not working for us anymore. Next time we'll get a different pumper. So I think our guys are skilled enough. Now, if you're talking a DSA project, like a two-story building that we're gonna build, then you would have inspectors out there. Because, again, Ed Code requires that we have inspections. DSA requires that we have them. But when we're doing projects in-house like this, we don't have inspectors on it.
Well,
Sorry, real quick. Also, Joe is not talking about himself. He's a general contractor by trade. So he is our in-house inspector as well.
well, part of that, my question is, if we're involved with public code, and considered a public works, we still have to, we should have specifications that we're following. And the cost of that concrete project was 60,000, 30,000, what was it?
Which one are we talking?
The one that you had in your slideshow?
In the ball field?
Yeah.
No, that was an in-house project. We didn't have a contractor do that. That cost us about $3,000 to do.
For the concrete? Okay. So I guess if we have a larger amount of concrete and, my experience, there's times where a plant might have an issue where we're off, and say we have, 200 yards of concrete, that's pretty spendy. I really think that we should look at having some type of system where I don't know whether it's with the county or how would we do it, but, there's slump tests, they're checking air, water content. I think that's something, that's just an example. I think that's something that we should be looking at, just so that, if there's an issue, we could go back to the supplier of the material to say, hey, this was inadequate.
So on the larger scale projects that would go through the state architect, that process already exists. So like when we have done, some of our newer buildings, like at Argonaut, Jackson Junior, and Plymouth, as an example, when they poured the foundations, there's an inspector at the concrete plant doing those inspections prior to getting the trucks loaded, and then there's an inspector on site when the foundation is being poured for the building. But a slab for a couple of sheds does not fall under those same inspection rules.
And I guess I should have clarified, I wasn't thinking something, because I'd almost consider that as a weekend project.
It's our version. It's our version of a weekend project. Yeah.
Yeah, but if it's between the 60,000 and 200,000, is that a DSA?
It depends.
Okay.
Yeah. So a project like this where there were no structures and it was just concrete, it was not a DSA project.
Okay. Okay, it's just a suggestion. I think that we should look into that to make sure if we have something that's a higher dollar, that we have some guidelines that we follow to make sure that we're still protected. But thank you.
Yeah. More questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you. That was a very detailed presentation. Just as a comment, I appreciate Mr. Crow's questioning because that's something that obviously he has some expertise in, whereas the normal board members don't. So it's refreshing to hear both the question, the responses, and then the clarifications that, maybe someone else was wondering. So thank you.
Just one last thing to point out. He says summer, but remember with our calendar, it's 9 weeks. I mean, that's a lot of work to be completed in a 9-week period of time. And when you consider the week right after school gets out and the week before school starts, lots of things going on campus, it many times gets narrowed down to more like 7 weeks to get that work done. So that was a lot of work to be done in a short amount of time. So I appreciate all the staff involved.
I'm grateful that we present it, actually, because not everybody gets to every school site. So where our own community parents have obviously been seeing the work happening, our pioneer parents have not. So I appreciate that we share that at the board meeting.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you.
For our employee organizations, Amador County Teachers Association, Mrs. Jensen, welcome.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Interim Superintendent Critchfield, Cabinet members, and community members. I'm Jeannie Jensen, the President of Amador County Teachers Association. We recognize that both the district and the union share an interest in student success, staff and teacher health and welfare, supportive school environments, communication between all stakeholders, etc. With that in mind, we are again participating in monthly meetings with the superintendent. We met 2 weeks ago for the first time this year. Reflecting on this renewed sense of connectedness reminds me that school board members used to have closer ties with the school sites they serve. We are hoping you will accept our open door and engage with us as we work together for the betterment of our schools. It was quite nice to see you this last week. In collaboration with the other labor leaders, we are sponsoring a candidates forum tomorrow, October 10th at 6 o'clock at the Amador High School cafeteria. This public event is an opportunity to meet the candidates and hear how they plan to support our schools. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you, and we hope to see you there.
Thank you. For California School Employees Association, Ms. Deanna Bell. Hello.
Hello. Hello again to two of you. We had a boardwalk at our site today. Good evening, President Burns, trustees, Interim Superintendent Critchfield, Cabinet, and community members. I'm Deanna Bell. I'm the interim CSEA 239 president. I'm excited to see item 16.3 classified. There are a total of 53 jobs posted in EdJoin for our district. That's counting both ACOE and ACUSD. In tonight's agenda, there are 7 classified resignations. I am in my 4th year at my school site with multiple open teaching positions. With the shortage of subs, it has become the norm for my teachers to give up their preps to cover unfilled positions. We cannot effectively educate our children when we barely keep the ship afloat. While I am very grateful for the proposed 4.75% pay increase for our classified staff, I'd like to take this time to point out that we currently still have 21 classified job descriptions. That's 21 job descriptions, not 21 employees, that start at less than $20 an hour. These range from food service, intervention aides, school office clerks, library media clerks, maintenance 1, campus supervisors, and car van drivers, to name a few. These people work hard every day to make our students have the best possible school experience. A new to the workforce teenager can make $20 an hour to start at McDonald's. Our newly hired food service worker 1 will start after our pay increase at $17.14 an hour and would have to remain with the district until their 10th year to make over $20 an hour. A school office clerk whose primary responsibility is attendance, which is how we are generating our funding through ADA, would have to make it to step 5 before making $20 an hour. I have been with the district for 22 years. When I started as an administrative assistant, I made double what minimum wage was at that current time. I do not make close to that now, yet I have more responsibilities and job duties than I did then. A year ago, my daughter took a position as an administrative assistant with a local nonprofit. She started at $2 an hour more than me. After 9 months, she was up to $4 an hour more than I make. I stay because I love my job and I love our students, but not everyone can financially make that choice. I urge you to make this a high priority and come up with a solution to our wage issues within all bargaining units in the district. It is incredibly frustrating to continue to see high-paying positions created at the district office while we are told that there simply isn't enough funds to get those of us working directly with students up to living wages. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Deanna. I will be disappointed when you are not the representative for your union. I think you can see that she does a very good job representing, so thank you. We do not have any school consolidation updates tonight. Mr. Critchfield, we don't expect to have any until the studies come back, correct?
Correct, yeah, we're still in the process of working through those other studies.
Would it be possible to just take that off until those come back?
Sure, I can do that.
Okay. So we are to item 13, public comments on non-agenda items. We have 2 comments for non-agenda items. We do have 1 for an agenda item, so just so that you don't think we have forgotten you. First, we have Mr. Michael Garcia.
Board, Superintendent, Cabinet, how you doing, guys? My name is Michael Garcia. I'm speaking as a concerned parent. Not to solely the amazing work that the people at the Plymouth Sped Department do. My son goes there. My son's name is Grayson Garcia. On September 13th, my son was allowed to escape the campus and enter the Plymouth Fairground parking lot. I was notified via text message that there was an incident, but it was a non-emergency. Now, most of you are parents, and I can honestly say that I don't think any of you would disagree with me that your child leaving the campus, especially when they're autistic, is a non-emergency. Now, I'd also like to say that I am extremely grateful as a teacher and as a parent for the work that these people do over there, and that this teacher does and the principal does, and the amazing work that they're trying to do, the aides and everything. But I find it highly concerning that this was allowed to happen. We had to call an emergency IEP meeting, which I had to record because now I'm concerned for my son's safety. And then in that meeting, it was essentially, we worked together, the conversations were great, but then it was turned to the teacher and it was, hey, you have to create somebody to watch this student. Not, oh, me as the boss or as the directors are gonna hire somebody and we're gonna fix this. It's you as the teacher are gonna have to find somebody. Take one of your aides that you already have and you have to assign him to Grayson because he just vanished. No one was radioed. Protocols weren't followed. And then I was notified after the fact. If it wasn't for the behavioralist sending me an email, I wouldn't probably even been told the whole story. Because then I had to call the behavioralist and say, what do you mean? What's going on? After I talked to the principal. And I want to say it again. I appreciate everything that they're doing. But ever since you guys moved the SPED program from Jackson to Plymouth, my son has spent the last 9 months in hell. Every day my kid wakes up and says, I don't want to go to school. I hate it. And he can barely communicate. And I have to go to work and torture myself because now I'm forcing my child to go somewhere he doesn't want to be. And I don't understand why, because for the first 3 years of his education, there was no problem at Jackson at all. And it's very disheartening because I have given my life to this district for the last 4 years. And I know that these people that are working in there do. They're doing the same thing. And this teacher is doing the best that she can with the resources that she has. But something needs to change. Because the next time it happens, what if my kid is just picked up and walked away? Because anyone with a special needs child knows, for the most part, they're going to go with whoever holds their hand out and says, hey, come here. So I come to you as a concerned parent to please figure something out. Something needs to be done for these children over there. And I could go on a whole tangent, and I apologize that my time's up, but I could go on a whole tangent of how many other incidents have happened and the things that have occurred and the amount of time that's been taken away from the other students, not just my son. So I would please, I beg you, because otherwise you'll lose a culinary teacher, because I'm not going to be able to do my job if I have to worry about my son 24/7 when he's in your guys' schools. Thank you.
Our next public comment is from Victoria Boitano.
Hi there, good evening everyone. My name is Victoria Boitano and I'm here to suggest a proposal to shut down the Fullen Street drop-off point behind the primary school in Sutter Creek. I stand here on behalf of all residents of Randolph, Fullen, and Cole Street. Attached to the copies of the proposal I have just handed out, there is also a page with over 30 signatures to show support in unison for this idea. As the citizens of Randolph and surrounding neighbors have expressed over the years, we are very frustrated from the parents speeding up our street, both from 7:30 to 8, and then again from 1:45 to 2:15 daily for school drop-off and pickup. Not only is it disruptive, but also highly dangerous, as the street contains children walking to and from school, as well as small animals and elderly. Randolph is a very narrow street with a blind corner. Fullen has a stop sign that oftentimes gets blown through, and Cole is a one-way street that parents are now going the wrong way down. We have seen many accidents there over the years and would hate to see the day that somebody is seriously injured. We have proposed the simple solution that perhaps drop-off and pickup at the back of the school is ceased entirely. This would make it easier for Sutter Creek Police Department, school staff, and the neighborhoods of Randolph, Fullen, and Cole Streets. Years ago, this was an active ordinance for our neighborhood, and it brought peace for both the school and the surrounding streets. We feel as if it wouldn't be too much to ask, and it would eliminate the problem of unnecessary speeding and potential accidents. It should also be noted that there is nobody at the back of the school parking lot before and after school hours to keep an eye on the children that are dropped off in the staff parking, making this extremely hazardous. It would be much safer if all children were dropped off only in front of the primary school to prevent any problems in the future and make it easier for the morning officers to keep an eye on all children and parents. We are excited and optimistic for a safer neighborhood in the future and really appreciate being heard. Thank you for your time, and we look forward to finding a solution that works for everyone. Thank you.
Next, we have the consent agenda. So I just would like to remind our student board members that we ask you not to make motions on items that contain any personnel items, so that includes the consent agenda. So once we move on to our discussion items, those that are not relating to personnel or salaries, you are welcome to make motions. Yes?
Does that include seconding the motion?
I think so, yes.
Okay, thank you.
We'll just eliminate any question there. Okay, so are there any questions on the consent agenda? We have a lot of items. We have minutes, we have warrants, we've got an overnight field trip for Argonaut High School to the Forestry Challenge in Grizzly Flats. There's surplus reports, donations. Thank you. That one was for school supplies. I know Lava Dog was involved in that, and there was someone else.
Upcountry Barbers, Brad and Holly.
Thank you. Human Resources with our current personnel recommendations, and then we have some Ed Services items, Williams Quarterly Report, FPM waiver for PE, and then the Regents of UC MOU. Mr. Critchfield, would you explain the PE waivers for us, please?
Yeah, periodically we go through federal program monitoring because we receive federal funding. And so this was something where the state of California requires only 2 years of PE, and federal program monitoring asks that students be enrolled in PE all 4 years. So this is a waiver because they're meeting state requirements, and students elect their junior and senior year frequently to not be enrolled in physical education as they expand some of their other elective opportunities and core classes. So this is just a waiver to be able to fulfill the federal program monitoring side of PE.
Are there any additional questions on the consent agenda? If there are no additional questions, I will ask for a motion to approve.
I move that we approve the consent agenda.
I'll second.
Thank you. For the roll call vote, we will do the advisory vote from our student board members. Ms. Gilliam?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Patterson?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Crow?
Yes.
Ms. Parker?
Yes.
Mr. Marzano?
Aye.
Mr. Whitaker?
Yes.
I'm also a yes.
I'd also like to congratulate Patty Horn, who is here with us tonight, as our new Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services. She was just approved by that vote.
So she will not be joining us on the dais still, right?
We have her official first date as October 21st.
Ah.
So she's off the hook tonight.
So after fall break,
Yeah.
enjoy. We do not have any communications today. This brings us to our discussion action items. 16.1 is then MOU for intern support. Dr. Palazuelos.
Yes, good evening, trustees. What you have before you is a memorandum of understanding for intern support. If approved, this would be an opportunity for us to engage with California State University Chico School of Education for the intern credential program of our principal at Amador High School, Mr. Caleb Cagle. In this agreement, it identifies the support he would receive as your assistant superintendent, but more importantly, as a credentialed California school administrator with high school experience. I would serve as his mentor and support here in the district.
Do we have any questions for Dr. Palazuelos on this item? If not, we are ready for a motion.
I'll move to approve item 16.1, the MOU for intern support.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Thank you. For the advisory vote, Ms. Gilliam?
Yes.
Ms. Patterson?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Crow?
Yes.
Mrs. Parker?
Yes.
Mr. Marzano?
Aye.
Mr. Whitaker?
Yes.
I'm also a yes. Thank you. For 16.2, unaudited actuals. Very exciting. Mr. Norton?
Real quick, Julia.
Yes.
Do we have a public comment, or are we doing it on the agenda item or before?
We do have a public comment, and it is specifically on the boundary adjustment. So
Okay,
just
perfect.
before that item, we will have the public comment. for
Okay,
that one.
perfect.
Thank you for the question. Mr. Norton?
Perfect. All right, so we're getting a presentation put up here for you. Nope. Okay, and before we get into the presentation, I want to take a quick second to thank my staff in the business office, specifically for my fiscal analysts, Lydia Cooper, Terry McCory, and Amy Martz, for their work in ensuring that our books were closed in compliance with state timelines. With being a single, we naturally have two sets of books. So when we get interims or closing of the books, we're preparing not just one set of numbers, but two, one for the county and the district. So it leads to a lot of long hours, and their dedication and commitment to the success of Amador County Schools is definitely exemplified here. So just want to take that second. So for the unaudited actuals presentation here, this is for fiscal year 2023, 2024. that ended just June 30th of 2024. And whereas in many of our presentations it is the budget that we are often presented and looking at and discussing, this is the actual expenditures for the fiscal year for the district. They are unaudited because at this time our auditors are still in the process of reviewing them, and those figures will be presented to the board once they are formally completed after December. So we're looking at more of January, February of 2025 for the audited financials. Next slide, please. So this here is the district revenue components of the district revenue. Typically, the district receives the bulk of their revenue in LCFF or local control funding formula. It's essentially a formula dictated by the state that determines how much funding a school district will receive in a year. These percentages overall stay fairly consistent year in, year out, but will fluctuate depending upon really funding that's earmarked towards schools for different initiatives. For instance, we have specific funding. Beyond that, when we're looking at such as, we talk about one-time funds quite a bit. So we're looking at the Learning Emergency Recovery Block Grant, for instance, or CTE-related grants. So you might see other state percent go up or potentially federal funding go up as those particular pieces get initiative. But
So a lot of room to go up.
yes, a lot of room to go up on that one. Most of our federal funding is tied to special education. That is more so on the county side. So we will see that number actually tick a little higher on that side. But just for perspective, there was a decrease in our federal funding by quite a bit because of the loss of the one-time funds. They had it in 2023, but not so much this year. And that's kind of reflective too. You see the LCFF formula is 77% of our funding. Last year it was 72. So that just shows you that that's a significant figure and it has changed significantly. Go ahead and go to the next slide. So this breaks it down into the actual dollar figures. Last year we received 45.7 million in the LCFF funding. This year we received 48.7 roughly. That's roughly a $3 million increase year over year, which is primarily due to the COLA. However, if you look at overall what we received as a district, this year we received 63.1 if you total all those up. Last year we received 63.2. We actually received a decrease in terms of total funding by about $100,000 year over year. This is in large part due to that one-time funding we discussed before. 1.7 roughly was federal funds, 3 million was state one-time grants that we had already received. Next slide, please. So this looks at that same equation, but breaks it out to where we look more at the local control funding formula, and specifically when it comes to county taxes and state aid. This kind of points out that realistically we are nowhere near close to basic aid status, which is when our county taxes are so great that they go beyond the local control funding formula, which would be amazing because it would mean additional funding for us. However, the percentage of state funding actually went up this year if you look at year over year. So we are moving in the wrong direction going towards state aid, or sorry, toward basic aid. So just to show that component of it. Next slide, please. So this is our district operating expenditure components by percent by major expense category. And I'll run through them real quick here. The certificated salaries in large part are our teachers and certificated administrator salaries. Classified salaries are our support staff and classified directors. And then you have your employee benefits, which is essentially our statutory benefits for having these employees, STIRS, PERS, medical, et cetera. We have books and supplies, which is really our tangible supplies that go to the operations, ranging from books to fuel for our buses to just Post-its. Then you have operational expenses, which are generally services related in nature to support district operations. So you're thinking utilities, insurance, legal fees, different service contracts, et cetera. Capital outlay would be major pieces of equipment or construction. For this year, we had the D-Zone project, as well as we purchased a couple of maintenance trucks. So you'll see those kind of built into those particular features. Other outgo, it's a few different things. I mean, in a lot of cases, they end up being tied to debt. But in other cases, it results from funds that get transferred out from the district, potentially toward the county. A good example of that is money that we receive for our Expanding Learning Opportunities program. The funding comes in on the district side, but it then gets transferred over to the county as the county then supports that after-school service. So essentially, the county, the program itself actually lives on the county side in support of their district students. That's usually in excess of 1.3 to 1.4 million in a year, which is pretty similar to most other districts, how they actually usually outsource for that one specific service as well. On average, roughly 80% of district expenses are tied to people, and you can kind of see here that the certificated, classified, and employee benefits get pretty darn close to that in this case. But one thing we do have is, at least the next highest one out there, is operating expenditures. And whereas, yes, we do have the utilities, insurance pieces, which do make up a piece of that, one in particular piece that did spike it up a little bit more this year, maybe than in other years, is tied to our health insurance excess claims, which is something that when we switched from CVT to now being a self-insured agency, it really resulted in additional impacts on the district side. Next slide, please. So this just kind of highlights too where you can really see that in our case, it's about 73% is tied to salaries and benefits here, and the actual dollars that are associated with each of those. All right, next slide, please. So this is our general fund summary. Overall, in terms of revenues, we had $63 million roughly, and expenses were 65, resulting in a deficit for the year of $1.8 million. From the restricted funds category, that deficit was totaled to be $1 million. This was leveraging really our one-time funds to help support this particular deficit spending that we were looking to do. And then we had on the unrestricted side about $770,000, which was leveraging the district reserves that we had on hand. Whereas the board and district were expecting deficit spending this year to support maintaining positions with one-time funds and the impact of the health and welfare expenses beyond what we were anticipating really led to the additional deficit really on more so on the unrestricted side than the restricted one. Then in terms of the one category here, the contributions, just to give background on that, this is predominantly tied to contributions that come from the general fund to help support restricted initiatives. In a lot of our case, it is tied to special education, especially on the district side, and as well restricted maintenance and other restricted resources to that degree. And then on a side note, on September 16th, the CDE did notify the district that our 24-25 adopted budget was approved for the fiscal year. So just have that little note on there for it. Next slide. So this chart here gives us 9 years of where we've ended with our ending fund balance. So it's kind of a year-over-year comparison. The dark blue represents our reserve for economic uncertainties. The light blue is our general reserve or other assignments as we've deemed necessary. And then the green is designated really with our restricted fund dollars. Total reserves are just under $8 million this year. And just under $3 million is tied to the economic uncertainties. As you will notice, though, the district has recovered quite significantly from 17-18, but there definitely was a dip from the year due to the deficit spending. Next slide. Okay. So then the district is required to maintain a reserve of at least 3% of the general fund and restricted and unrestricted total expenditures. To that end, this past year, the district recorded roughly $65 million in expenses, which put the reserve requirement at $1.9 million. The district reserve total is at 4.41%, the $2.8 million as you see up there, and that is as of June 30, 2024. So the district at this point in time does meet the reserve requirement threshold. And with regard to the current year's budget, there are some challenges as overall state revenues continue to come in below expectations and one-time funding continues to be spent down as we go throughout the year. Next slide, please. One thing that's not always touched on in a lot of these conversations, we look in budget and actual are really the fund balances that are outside the general fund. And this is just to kind of put numbers to those particular areas. The adult education, for instance, is $89,000 in its ending fund balance. Their budget is significantly smaller than you look at the whole general fund, so that ending fund balance is still pretty good for what it is. Cafeteria is roughly at $3.2 million. Our capital facilities a little over $200,000, and county school facilities fund is around $500,000. So with these funds, there is no reserve requirement like there is for the general fund. But if there were any kind of shortfall, the general fund would be liable to pick that up and uncover any overages that there were. I do want to note, though, that the cafeteria fund sitting at 3.1 is actually too high. Yeah, it's interesting.
I was just going to ask a question about that.
Yeah, so we actually have to come up with a spending plan. The cafeteria fund is allowed to keep an excess of, I believe it's 6 months in monthly operations worth of reserves, and we're a few months over that. So we're going to be I would expect that number to tick down for next year's ending fund balance as we look to have a spending plan to the state actually in the next few weeks.
A lot of that is connected to the grants that we received that Mr. Pingree worked on for infrastructure funding. And so a lot of that money has come in, and now he's working on a plan on how to spend that out to get new equipment and things of that sort.
What is you may have already said it, what is the fund balance supposed to be or not be above? Did you already say that?
I just gave a reference in terms of it can't be more than 6 months worth of operating expenses. Offhand, I don't know what that is, but I believe it's in the range of about 2 million.
Okay.
So we have a little bit of work to do.
Right.
Does that spending plan, are we able, or do we get to see that? Or is that just something internal?
Yeah, we can put that together for you.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's been presented to the board before, but absolutely. That's true.
Is fund money to be, how do I say this? Is fund money, can fund money be spent on food?
Oh, yes, in this particular instance, this fund does pay for quite a bit of food for the district.
Is that what you mean? Are you asking specifically the grants that we received? Are there restrictions or limitations or guidelines we have to follow on how those grants are spent?
Yes, in every one of these categories. Fund 13 is very restrictive, which I think is part of the reason why it is sitting with such a large fund balance. Like, we can't buy it on infrastructure to a degree. It can't be like a building. We can't purchase that with it. But there are certain upgrades that we can do. Equipment is one main one.
Refrigeration.
Exactly. So things like that, I would fully expect us to spend a lot more on upgrading this equipment.
And that will be spent to get down to what we're supposed to be.
Correct.
Yeah, on equipment.
Well, we got some work to do to get down.
Sure.
Okay. Next slide, please. So moving forward, things to watch, consider. From fiscal discipline standpoint, the district planned a deficit spend in 23-24 with the one-time funds in 24-25. We plan to fully expend the COVID funds that we have. However, and deficit spend again, but I would not want to make this the norm, so that's definitely something as we consider going forward. Cash management is another key area. As they say, cash is king. Despite having the budget on paper, we always need to keep a close eye on that. The district, as I believe you guys are aware, receives its funding predominantly at 2 different points of the year. We do receive stuff on a monthly basis, but not to the degree that we receive basically in November and in April. So that's why we issue the TRAN each year. So that's something we definitely have to keep an eye on. The special education impact, it's really more of a larger impact on the county more so than on the district, but as potential staffing shortages, as we saw before, there leads to an increased reliance on outside service contracts, which do increase our spending in that particular area to fulfill the needs of our students. And then, as we touched on, the health and welfare aspect of it all, with the transition to being a self-insured agency model in 23-24, the district was hit with additional expenses beyond what we were anticipating with regards to health and welfare. So the district is exploring other options to make sure that this model does not continue, as this is not sustainable in the long run. And then the board engagement is another piece. You guys ask great questions, and since I've been here, it's been a pretty healthy engagement. So just keeping that up as we go forward is definitely a big help. And then the state budget overall, one thing beyond our control, but we have to keep an eye on that just to make sure that as new develops happen, we keep seeing revenues come in short when we're anticipating how that's going to affect us and make plans accordingly. So that's what I have for the presentation. At this time, I'm available for any questions the board has and recommend that the board approve the unaudited actuals.
I'm going to go down the line and ask you if you have questions, because that was a lot of information. Do our student board members have questions on the budget? Or this is the actuals from last school year?
Correct.
Sorry.
I do not.
Okay.
I don't have any questions, no.
Thank you, ladies. Mr. Crow? No? Mrs. Parker?
I do have questions about our insurance situation, but I don't have them. I will ask them later, at a later date.
Okay. Mr. Marzano?
I'm struggling with this, but I feel it must be said. I can't be the only one that feels this way. Back to the food. Sorry. Oh gosh. I don't mean any disrespect or any stepping on anybody, but is there a possibility that we can look into spending a little bit of that extra money on better quality food?
I will speak with Mr. Pingree about
Right.
that. I'm sure that'll be a part of his priorities. Obviously, too, any plans that we make would want to be sustainable for the future.
Absolutely.
So if we do increase costs, it can't just be a short-term thing. We want to find something sustainable in the long run. But yes, obviously, a short-term increase in some way, shape, or form would be amazing.
And I 1,000% agree with what you just said. And the way that my brain works, it's like, oh my gosh, did we save a bunch of money because of the food that we did buy? You know what I mean?
I mean, it's a fair question.
Yeah, I know part of it's just tied to the way the reimbursements work for the food program. So the specifics of it, I'm not that familiar with.
I
I'll
understand.
have to dig into that further to find that out.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, I too am very interested in the food situation.
That is all. I'm sorry.
Mr. Whitaker?
No.
So, Mr. Critchfield, I am sorry. I am going to ask you to comment on the health and welfare bullet point, please, for us.
Sure. So yeah, this was a new endeavor that we went together in with jointly with our labor partners, and to be completely honest, the first year did not really go very well. We're self-insured and there were health costs that were overrun, and the district had to bear the burden of those costs. So this is not something that's sustainable if it continues. Our labor partners are well aware. We met with them early in the school year to discuss this, and we are going to be looking for a variety of options to see if we need to stick with this current model, move back to the way we used to do it, or look at a new model for health insurance. And so, like I said, it's definitely not sustainable, but it is something that we were all interested in doing, and we ended up agreeing to do. And sometimes when you get in these situations, you live and learn. And so this is something that we'll be keeping a close eye on this year and analyzing for future years.
If I can add a comment, the timeline too, in course of making a change, we'd want to look at a December, January, February kind of timeline, as renewal rates may not come around till closer to March, but we want to have our ducks in a row so when the time comes, we are ready to go, because there is a period where the contract has to be signed and ended for the plan year to then begin by a certain date. So it is something that we'll be working on pretty actively in the next few months too, to get ahead of it.
And the first iteration of the new rates for this year, Newfront wanted to charge our employees 40% more. That's 40.
40% more?
40, yes, percent more.
And these people also didn't tell us that we were going to have to make excess contributions to retirees' plans.
Correct. So again,
Sounds like Newfront needs to go away.
that was something. Yeah, we are definitely looking at that.
Thank you for speaking on that.
No problem.
I know that probably was no fun for you.
But I wouldn't call it fun at all.
No. But I just think it's important that we share that information.
Agreed.
Because it is it's a very costly part of our employees' benefit package, and it needs to be of value. And I think that if the year-over-year cost is that astronomical, not only for our employees, but also for the district together, we are all motivated together to find other viable options for our employees, and that is important to all of us.
Agreed.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Critchfield. So I believe, let me see where I'm at here. We need
to approve.
We need to approve the unaudited actuals if there are no additional questions.
I'll go ahead and move that we approve item 16 to the unaudited actuals for 23-24.
I will second. So for the advisory vote, our student board members, Ms. Gilliam?
Yes.
Ms. Patterson?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Crow?
Yes.
Mrs. Parker?
Yes.
Mr. Marzano?
Aye.
Mr. Whitaker?
Yes.
I'm also a yes. 16.3, classified salary schedule.
Perfect.
Also Mr. Norton.
Thank you, Board. For discussion action item, we have the updated salary schedule for the California Employees Association Unit 239, which is reflective of a 4.75% increase that would be effective as of July 1, 2024. Because this is happening after July 1, CSEA 239 members will see a positional retro for any compensation that has been paid out prior to today. The assignment retro will be paid to the employee at the end of the month assignment pay in October, and then a supplemental retro for timesheet time, so basically any extra time they work, would be paid out in November. It basically takes a little longer to catch those up for overtime rates, et cetera. As a side note, for any CSEA 239 member who is listening tonight, because our supplemental payroll has processed for the month of October for tomorrow's payday, that increase will not be reflective until the November supplemental either. So you would get your normal rate now, but then come November, you would see that increase then. Anyway, with that said, it is recommended that the board approve the updated CSEA 239 salary schedule, and I can take any questions that you may have. Recommend for approval.
I'm going to go down the line again because it's a salary schedule. I know that you guys can't make motions, but do you have any questions about the salary schedules?
No questions.
Okay, Mr. Crow?
No questions.
Mrs. Parker?
No, not right now.
Mr. Marzano?
No questions.
Mr. Whitaker?
No questions.
So I have a comment, and it is that we are one of the largest employers in this county, and I think that we must be competitive for the labor market in this county. And I think that I don't participate in negotiations. I don't have employees. I don't have experience in this, but I do have teenagers. And so I could foresee some pretty, marked changes to that salary schedule in the next few years in order for us to remain competitive as an employer for bodies for those jobs and those vacancies. That's my comment. That being said, can we get a motion?
I move to approve item 16.3, the classified salary schedule.
I'll go ahead and second.
Thank you. For the advisory vote, Ms. Gilliam?
Yes.
Ms. Patterson?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Crow?
Yes.
Mrs. Parker?
Yes.
Mr. Marzano?
Aye.
Mr. Whitaker?
Yes.
I'm also a yes. Thank you, Mr. Norton.
Thank you.
16.4, we have a first reading of amendments to Board Bylaw 9000 regarding the role of the board. This is presented by Mr. Critchfield at the request of the trustees.
Yeah, so this is a continuation from last board meeting as we had a discussion item about board member participation in hiring panels. I think we had a pretty lengthy discussion that night. It was healthy and good, and we were able to come up with some direction for me, and so we were able to go through and look at Board Bylaw 9000. And so if you're looking at that, the essence of it that we looked at changing is there's an additional paragraph that we've inserted. This has to do with the role of the board. I'm just going to read the paragraph because it's short. It says, the board desires to maintain clear distinctions between the policymaking role of the board and the administrative functions of the superintendent and staff, ensuring a professional and unbiased hiring process. The superintendent is responsible for overseeing the hiring and interview process consistent with established board policies and shall make personnel hiring recommendations to the board. The board retains final approval authority for all hires based on the superintendent's recommendations and in accordance with established district policies. The board shall not participate in hiring panels for non-management, management, and cabinet positions. So that is our recommended addition to this board bylaw. Before we get in discussion, I would also ask you to consider it is perfectly allowable to waive the first reading and to approve this tonight. If that is not the will of the board, then this would go down as a first reading. We would bring it back at the next board meeting for a second reading and approval. Either way is acceptable.
Thank you, Mr. Critchfield. So I am going to ask for any questions from the board, from the trustees. Do the student board members have any comments? This might be new for you since...
I don't have any questions, no.
Okay.
No, I do not either.
Excellent. Mr. Crow?
Not a question, more of a comment. I think we should stay with what our norms are as far as a first reading and then doing it coming back at the next board meeting.
That's fine.
Thank you for stating that. Mrs. Parker?
I don't have any questions about this.
Mr. Marzano?
I agree with Trustee Crow that we should stick with our norms, and I'm not sure if now is the time to bring this up, but I feel with all of our bylaws and policies and things as a board, we should always be learning and staying up to date with knowing and educating ourselves with this, which means taking advantage of board workshops and things of that nature. And I feel, I could be wrong, I don't know, I feel that by utilizing those ways to learn as a board would possibly prevent stuff like this to happen. Questions about policy, what to do, what not to do. Not that we're gonna be walking robots of bylaw and policy, but I don't know. I just think that we should continually be doing board workshops. We have in the past. Not sure what happened, but as Mr. Crow said, I think we should stick with the norm, and
Okay,
that's it.
excellent. Mr. Whitaker?
I'm just curious on all our board policies. When was the last time that we really went through and looked at all of them? I know when I first was on the board, we were getting updates every so often, and we were voting on them at that meeting rather than having a first and second reading.
Yeah. I believe it was Candy and Janet were the last group that did it.
It was
Yeah,
2018.
Yeah.
It was 2018. This was going to be part of my superintendent update. So we have a lot of work to do with board bylaws and policies. So I want you to anticipate an agenda item for next board meeting to ask for a subcommittee of the board to work with me on updating our board policies. We're woefully out of date with many policies. It needs a lot of attention.
Okay, with that, I like the policy, and I look forward to seeing it next week, or next month.
Yeah. So if that's the will of the board, then Julia, all you would need to do tonight is declare it a successful first reading, and then I would bring this back next board meeting as a second reading and for approval.
Thank you, Mr. Critchfield. So I think, yes, the board has made their intent clear. I'm not partial to either way. I think we have definitely been transparent on this particular board bylaw change, and it was brought forward as a question by Trustee Marzano. We had a lengthy discussion at our last meeting, and before we asked for a policy to be written by Mr. Critchfield and presented tonight. We will declare this a successful first reading. We will have it again next month for action at the second reading. Thank you. We have a public comment on our last discussion action item. Mr. Peter Gale, welcome. This is regarding the elementary school boundary adjustments. This is a discussion-only item for tonight, and we are going to hear Mr. Gale first.
Thank you. Thank you, Board, very much.
It is not on yet. One moment.
Okay, thank you very much. I deeply wanted to say thank you. I appreciate the transparency, the desire to be very clear about this item, and to have graphics that are fairly high resolution so parents can actually look at the different streets and things like that. I think that's a very helpful and very important thing, especially since the document claims, or the brief claims behind it, that this has not been updated since the late 80s. So going to be a big thing that's going to affect a lot of people. I would encourage the staff, the board, to try and do as much as they possibly can, more than just here at board meetings, to invite the public to be part of the process and to know what is planned or what is going on. With the new software, if software is making it more efficient and making it more clear and logistically feasible for how our schools work, that's also outstanding. But can we very publicly make it clear how to use the software and how soon it will be online for parents to understand the potential impact of their child and where they could be going? Related to that, I choose to be slightly frustrated Ms. Burns, no offense, you just requested we take off consolidation updates. I think personally we should have more discussion about where we are with consolidation. And I wish to praise Mr. Critchfield for sitting for the interview with the amazing press of the Jaguar literature team, because if you haven't seen it, very, very impressive. And he even managed to wear an extremely attractive green shirt that I think goes nicely with the Jaguars and their efforts there at
Wasn't planned at all to wear green at Jackson.
junior high. So, and I know this is a trivial thing perhaps, but they asked the question, why did they push the date back so much? And his response was, we only pushed it back once, and it's now planned for August of 26. Now, the website says that, August of 26, but since I've gotten better as a citizen and started coming to board meetings, nothing's been updated on this since like May. And personally, at my own school site that happens to have lots of construction going on, the principal makes it a point at every school site council meeting, which I have the privilege of being the note taker guy, to say, we are still on target for this date, right? Our gym's gonna be done in January. Our big 2-story building will, unless anything goes wrong, be done by the target date of fall or August of 25. So if nothing more, then we anticipate to have the EIR report by whenever that is. And if it really is our intent, as again, our journalism says it is, to consolidate in August of 26, can we talk about that more and make the public more aware so that they have greater stakeholder buy-in? So that's all. I'm respectfully praising you for your current transparency on this issue and hoping there is more discussion of consolidation and not less. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, so now the presentation on the adjustment to school boundaries.
Yes, thank you.
I would like to clarify that this item is on the agenda for discussion at the request of the trustees. Correct.
This is something that we have been researching and looking into. I say we, I'm going to be honest, it's mostly been me. This was something that I was digging into a lot as CBO over the last year. I just identified a multitude of issues. I don't want to speak in absolutes about our boundaries because I don't have all the information. There have been days when I felt like a historian digging to find records to piece together what happened. And to be honest, it got to a point where it's like, I think this is all I'm going to be able to come up with. A little over a year ago, we were able to find in a shed hand-drawn boundary maps for our 6 elementary schools. When you analyze that compared to our history of school unification back in the early 80s, it appears that nothing has changed since that time. I don't know when those boundaries were established, so I've had people say our boundaries are 40 years old, and I normally correct them by saying they are at least 40 years old. Obviously, developments occur, new roads are put in, circumstances change. And so over that time, not much has been done. Those hand-drawn maps, honestly, whoever did them with the technology they had at the time, they did a phenomenal job. They actually used maps that were tourist maps. So if you flip it over to the backside, it encourages you to come ski Kirkwood. And there's a picture of someone skiing. They look like wood skis, I'm going to be honest. So it's like I said, they did the best they could with what they had at the time. Obviously, technology has advanced significantly since the early 80s. And so we do have a program called 5 Maps, and they went through a painstaking effort using those hand-drawn maps to do their best to digitize our boundaries. Now, decisions had to be made when we digitized that exactly what road was that referring to, because it was a tourist map with highlighter colors saying this is this school and this is that. So there were some estimations that went on into our digital boundaries. Those are already available online. You can go to our district website, and on the homepage, there's a school search button. And when you click there, it's powered by Google Maps. You can type in your address, and it will tell you what schools you are attending. And it lists the elementary, the junior high, and the high school boundaries. And so that already exists. However, this was just an interpretation of very old hand-drawn maps that we've now digitized, and it's way beyond time to look at these. And so the second slide, if we can go to that, Des, just kind of a summary of what we're going to talk about tonight. So back one, please. Just again, looking at our current elementary boundaries. I have some data that I've put together so you can get an idea of the student movement that's already occurring, and then identified, I don't know if this is the right verbiage to use, but I called them potential adjustment zones. I didn't want anyone thinking the boundary's changing, right? These are just areas that are identified that we need to take a serious look at, potentially changing those to, from their current school boundary to another school, okay? So if you go to the next slide, I think I have my first two out of order, that's okay. So when we look at the resident schools, there's a lot going on here. So why don't I did put these out of order, so could we jump to the next slide, Des, just to give everyone the overview? So those are our 6 elementary schools. Again, this is a high-level map. It can be zoomed in on. The red area obviously looks huge. That's Pioneer. Be honest, 2/3 of that it's the boundary, but nobody lives there, right? That's all heading up the mountain on your way up to Kirkwood. And so the majority of those students are going to live in that western third of that boundary. And then just kind of working the way down the southern line, you have Pine Grove Elementary in that kind of pinkish color, Jackson Elementary in the yellow, Ione Elementary in the blue, and then circling around Plymouth Elementary in the green, and then Sutter Creek Elementary in that orange color. So those are our 6 boundaries. Part of what I said with unification, the Ione Elementary boundary appears to follow the Ione Unified School District boundary that was part of unification in the 80s, and it doesn't appear to have changed at all. The Jackson Elementary boundary appears to follow the Jackson school district boundary for the most part prior to unification, and then those other elementary schools were part of the Oro Madre School District that was part of the 3 districts that were then unified back in the 80s. So if we go back a slide, what's happened, and one of the reasons I got on this project was the number of inter-district transfer requests that kept coming in from our families. Because when you let boundaries sit for that long of a time, parents start saying, this doesn't make sense for where I live to attend this school. We actually have some of the pockets that I'll highlight where we actually have 100% of the students in that area on inter-district transfers, essentially making the decision for us in some ways on this should be the boundary. And so if you look at if everybody went to school in the current boundaries, that's the far right column, okay? And this is what it would look like. Now, the left column of numbers is the current enrollment. So you can see the transfers in and transfers out and what's occurring. So first school on the list, transfers in, Ione Elementary, only 12. Transfers out, 95. What's the deal? So an example would be the Pinewoods Apartments in Sutter Hill are technically part of Ione Elementary's boundaries.
The ones by Walgreens?
Uh-huh. Yep. So this is what happens when you go 40 plus years without looking at boundaries, right? I can tell you right now, not one single student that I found in our maps attends Ione Elementary who lives in Pine Woods. They kind of split. Some go to Sutter Creek, some go to Jackson, right? So you see where the movement is just naturally happening because in the early 80s, there was nothing there, right? So it was out of sight, out of mind. No one really paid attention to that boundary. And so you see a lot of movement. Jackson Elementary on the next one, so many transfers in, right? 120 transfers in. A lot of that has to do with our own history of not providing the extended learning program after school at our upcountry schools. And so then families said, well, I work, I can't pick up my kid at 2:15 every day. And so they put in for a transfer because Jackson provided that. We've remedied that problem, but there's carryover over time. And so over the last 2 years, we've provided the after-school program at all 6 of our elementary schools, because if we're gonna do this, we have to provide parents with the resources that they need to be able to have a job, right?
Well, that also equates to equity.
Absolutely, absolutely, right? And so again, you kind of see that movement. You'll notice the transfers in and transfers out don't perfectly match, and that's because that note at the bottom, 36 of those 399 transfers in do not live in the county. So these words are so similar. This is the contrast between inter and intra-district transfers. The inter-district transfers are out-of-county students. Intra are students who belong to the district within the county. They're transferring outside of their home school and attending a different school within the district, okay? So anyways, that's just an overview of the data. And so we have 2,033 students that currently live within the boundary that are elementary age, 269 currently enrolled. Again, that difference in 36 has to do with the extra 36 from out-of-county attending. And most of those out-of-county areas are just right at the edge of the county, like right. We have students that live in Wallace and places like that outside of Valley Springs. We have others on the north side of the county that are actually closer to Plymouth Elementary than they are to their school, like at Mount Auckham, than they are to their school in El Dorado County. And then we have other areas coming across towards Pioneer from Calaveras County as well. All right, so let's look at the areas, our little hot zones. So first, Fiddletown Road. If you go down 2 slides, Des, please, thank you. So this area, you'll notice the red line that I'm highlighting. That currently is an area where almost all of the students already attend Plymouth Elementary School. That is part of the Sutter Creek Elementary School boundary, but if you type in any address in that area.
So are you talking about the brown area inside the red line? Okay.
Yep, I'm talking about that area inside the red. It's more right in the center of the screen there. If you Google pretty much any address in that area, it is going to tell you to take Fiddletown Road, go into Plymouth to get to Sutter Creek. So again, from a family's perspective, they're going to Plymouth, and the majority of those students attend Plymouth Elementary School. The next zone to take a look at, if you go down 1 slide, Des, is also Sutter Creek. Sutter Creek Elementary has a pretty interesting boundary. So this is the upper Shake Ridge area, just above, if you're familiar with Lockwood. It's hard to see on the screen here. If you have this online, you can zoom in on the western side of this piece of the puzzle. Again, the majority of the students that live in that area already attend Pioneer Elementary. It is a long drive to get from that area of Shake Ridge to get all the way down to Sutter Creek. And so most of our families have already made the decision. Notice even how the boundary goes south of 88 near the top area. So you can live on Highway 88 right above Pioneer, a little ways above Buckhorn, and technically you're supposed to attend Sutter Creek Elementary School. Again, problematic. All right, next area. This area is probably the trickiest, and as we have public discussion, I would imagine we will have the most public opinion on this area. This is a complete mixed bag. Volcano, Upper Ridge Road, and that area. The program, I should have said this earlier, has the ability to plot all of the students, and they're color-coded by the school they attend. Obviously, I will never do that in a board meeting. That is putting private information out to the public. But I can provide data for those areas as we dig deeper on so many students in this area attend this school and such. But I won't ever show the maps with plotting where our students live. When I'm doing this analysis, that's exactly what I'm looking at. And so we have a wide mixture of students in this area that are attending Pine Grove Elementary, Sutter Creek Elementary, and Jackson Elementary. It is not a predominant, it's not like the Fiddletown Road and the Upper Shake Ridge areas where it seems fairly obvious that we should make these changes. This is a little bit trickier. But if you notice the Sutter Creek boundary, kind of in the center of the map towards the bottom, the little apple mark on the map there, that is the location of the school. Look how close Sutter Creek boundaries get to Pine Grove Elementary School. It is like a few hundred yards from Pine Grove Elementary School, where the technical boundary is you should attend Sutter Creek.
Basically, you leave Ridge Road, Ridge and 88, you're going into Sutter Creek.
You are correct. That's right where Ridge and 88
even though
split.
it's a quarter of the distance traveling to Sutter Creek than it is to Pine Grove. And I'm speaking on experience.
Yes.
Because my kids got interdistricts to go to Pine Grove.
Absolutely. And then same thing if you live in Volcano, right? I mean, getting down to Sutter Creek Elementary from Volcano compared to coming over on Pine Grove Volcano Road, which comes out right next to the school, right? Again, that is part of the Sutter Creek boundary. So that's an area that's going to need a lot of attention and looking at the detail. And then if we go to the next slide, this is kind of all the same area. I've sectioned it out because we were just looking at Sutter Creek. Now, this is Jackson Elementary's boundary, that area in yellow in the middle. And again, we have quite the mixture of students. Not as many in that area going to Sutter Creek, but we have a pretty good mixture of students attending Pine Grove and Jackson Elementary. That's all supposed to be part of Jackson Elementary's boundary. And so that needs to be analyzed and looked at further. And then the last area, or no, second to last area, if you go to the next one, Des, this is what I already referred to. This would be the eastern section of the Ione Elementary boundary, which if you notice, if you zoom in, you can see the little marker on the map, Gold Country Lanes, right? And then Pinewoods Apartments is just to the northeast of that. That is the boundary for Ione Elementary School. It goes all the way to Highway 49. And so that technically, that area is currently part of Ione Elementary's boundary. And then the last section is also part of Ione. This is what I'm referring to as the Willow Creek area. So in Willow Creek, this is another area that seems, for the most part, pretty obvious because all of the current elementary students that live within that red box that I've drawn, all of them attend Plymouth Elementary School. There's not one single student in that area that attends Ione Elementary School presently. There may have been in the past, but again, they've kind of made that decision for themselves. So that's just kind of a more broad overview of the areas that we are analyzing. If you, maybe Des, we could go back to the data sheet as we have a discussion, because that shows us more of the numbers to drive the conversation here. Again, in the write-up attached to the board packet, we did some more digging. California Department of Education does not provide a lot of rules or guidelines when it comes to boundary changes within your own school district. They have a lot of rules and regulations when you're trying to unify districts or split districts, do things like that. There are a ton of requirements, but within your own district boundary, it really is left to the board to make those ultimate decisions on what the school boundaries are within the district's boundaries. And so at this point, I'd just like to have a conversation on the direction we go from here. I believe we need to involve the public in this. We need to give more insight into what's going on. We could have some parents that see things that I don't see. I mean, I've spent way too much time in Google Maps, Googling addresses to see, okay, what makes the most sense. Fortunately, I did grow up here. I know the roads pretty well. And so some of these areas, it is pretty obvious, like Fiddletown Road. Why nobody drives from Fiddletown Road, tries to get over to Shake Ridge and down to Sutter Creek, they go through Plymouth, right? And so to have those kids go to Sutter Creek just doesn't make sense. So again, I'd like to open this up for discussion.
So thank you for putting this together for us. I know you've had this in your head for a long time. So thank you for sharing.
Of course.
The reason that we asked for this to be presented is because, I mean, as everyone is aware, we struggle to have enough bus drivers. So anything we can do to increase the efficiency of the physical bus routes is going to be, it has to be considered. I don't even think that that's optional at this point. With the struggle that we're having in getting drivers in the buses.
And with the lack of routes, I'm glad you bring that up, with the lack of routes historically, some of these areas, the bus routes have crept into them, and like a bus swings through Willow Creek and goes to Plymouth. I don't know when that started, but and that's nobody's fault, right? I mean, you don't even have digitized boundaries for so long. These little things happen on the edges of boundaries, and transportation needs to play a huge role before this is finalized to be as efficient as possible.
Jared, I'm sorry, Julie.
No, go ahead.
We have a picture of what the boundaries currently are and then the little snippets of each individual area. Would it be possible to get the current boundaries and then the proposed boundaries all on one map so we can see it?
Yes. Yeah, so there's a feature in this program called assumptions. So any of those areas that I identified, I mean, I literally go in there and hand draw these boxes, and I can zoom in. We haven't relinquished this, the abilities of this program to too many people. It's got a lot of sensitive information in there. They actually went in and there's an overlay for every property line. So we can actually draw the lines so they don't cut through anyone's property. So some of the shapes in the end product may look a little odd, but that's because we're going to be following property lines.
I'm just thinking a general
Yeah,
representation.
so when you do assumptions, any of those areas, you can turn on the assumption and say, we know it belongs to Sutter Creek, let's assume it now belongs to Plymouth. And it'll change the color, it'll pretend the students are now attending there and give the data. So I can absolutely, with whatever areas we identify, we can toggle back and forth to current and proposed.
So on this table, which, I love this table.
Okay, good.
But I wish it had 3 more columns.
Okay,
And the 3 columns, so this is what we have currently, right?
yes.
The 3 columns that I want to see is what the proposed. So you would have, here's the current enrollment, which isn't going to change right away, right? But this total student population within the current boundaries, then what is the student population within proposed boundaries? And with that, I would want to see how many of those transfers go away because those students are already going to that school where you want to make the boundary adjustment. So while we have 363 students who have transferred out to a different school than what their residence boundary says, how much smaller does that number get after you adjust the boundary? Because that would be my prediction, since most of the students affected by that change, all that does is make it so they don't have to do a intra-district transfer every year, which, I mean, let's face it, it's paperwork that we have to push.
I think that's a great idea, and the program does have the ability to put these numbers in that specific data. I could absolutely put that together for you. I also want to, I put it in there more as a statement, even though that would need board approval. I did that very intentionally because changing boundaries, obviously any change is hard. When you haven't changed boundaries in a very, very long time, there are potential reactions. My strong recommendation that I wrote more as a statement, but would need board approval, is that once these boundary changes are made, if a family is impacted and they don't want to change schools, we grandfather them in. And any new students would then be required to follow the new boundaries. But if you're going to Sutter Creek, and that's the current Sutter Creek boundary especially, and we change it to Pine Grove, I do not think we should put ourselves in a position where we're calling that family whose child's about to attend the 4th grade and say, now you have to go to Pine Grove. That does not make sense.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Or if you have a 4th grader and then you have a kindergartner coming in, having them travel along with it so you don't have 2 primary kids at 2 different locations.
Agreed. And we always have this in the intra-district transfer language where sibling, that gets a priority. And so if we have an older sibling that's at that school, and let's say the younger sibling hasn't even started yet, but a couple years later they do, and the older sibling's still there, that family would apply for an intra-district transfer, we would grant it, and they would be able to attend with their sibling. So again, that's one of the considerations. I put it more as a statement in there, but I just want to be clear, it's one of the strong considerations we have to take once we get to the end of this process.
The other thing I would like to see on here
Okay.
is the capacity of each of the school sites. Because I think if we suddenly were to have 645 students at IO&L, I think we would have a little bit of a situation.
Yeah, not going to work, for sure. Yep.
So I would like to see that number too. I am not sure what the process is, since we've never done it in this district. So if we need to have a committee, if we need to, I don't know what we would be obligated to do. I know what I would like to do.
The only obligation would be that the board would have to pass, at a board meeting, have to approve new boundaries. Now, again, that's where, in all the research.
I think we should
in
have
CD
some steps before that.
Which is why this is a discussion item, absolutely, right? Because I totally agree with you. I am not proposing that next board meeting I come back and say, here you go, let's approve these, right? So that needs to be, with the lack of opinion from CDE or rules, this is now a board decision on, let's talk about what the process should be to get us to that end result of making some boundary changes.
I have a question, other than what Mr. Whitaker had mentioned, and I heard Kayla thinking out loud. I believe you said a kindergartner and then a fourth grader, and then she may have said the same thing, but in a different way of siblings. Other than those things that have just been talked about, I know when this has been racking your brain, you've thought of the bads or the negative or the cons. What do you foresee?
I think the biggest
Other
one,
than that.
I think the biggest one would be moving students mid-elementary experience. And that there's a way to do this to avoid that.
And that's the only thing? I'm sure you came up with like a ton of them. Yeah.
No, that's, I think that's the biggest one. I mean, let's be honest, plenty of people are gonna have opinions on what the boundary should be. We're never gonna get everybody on board with this. But as far as, if I'm looking at it through a family's and a child's experience with this district, we would be doing a disservice to families to say, well, sorry, we changed the boundary. You're halfway through elementary school and we're gonna force you to change elementary schools. And so I think that's the biggest one. There's lots of little logistical things that'll come up. And like I said, there's gonna be opinions. We're gonna get down to the nitty-gritty on a specific street. At some point, someone on one side of the street has to go to one school and someone on the other side of the street has to go to another school, right? I mean, so anytime you get into those edges of those boundaries, then you're gonna have plenty of opinions on that. But we've dealt with situations where it's gotten to a point with certain areas where people have said, well, that's a gray area. Boundaries are not gray, they're lines. They're very specific lines. We can't have gray areas where you choose your own adventure. We have to get to a point. But that will take some time. We can approve this now, and through the process of children aging out and the new families moving in, we can get this to a point that makes sense over the next several years. This, by getting approval this year for next year, will not solve all these issues overnight, and it shouldn't.
So, Mr. Critchfield, we cannot take action on this tonight.
No.
Because it is a discussion-only item. But I would like to continue this discussion at our next meeting with some more information.
Okay.
And maybe if you can propose for us some things that need to happen before we even arrive at anything beyond a proposed adjustment. Like right now, that's all we have is proposed adjustments. We are going to want to get public feedback. We're going to want to.
I think definitely hear from the transportation department with some of their ideas on how this can help our busing situation that's clearly a problem. Things like that I think are super important to hear about before any of that.
So if
any fiscal
can you make
impacts
us
it
a
might have
proposal
too. Yeah.
for-
Yeah, absolutely.
That when it's, so that we can approve a timeline-ish of things that are going to happen before any boundaries are adjusted.
I like Mr. Whitaker's visual of, you're showing us that there. Can we see the whole thing of what it will be instead of the cut-up pieces?
Yeah. And another thing that I've been thinking about too is you have people, I think of my own kids, we were a mile from Ridge Road and Ridge and 88, and my kids, when they were playing baseball, they were with the Pine Grove teams because that was their neighborhood, but they would have had to go to school in Sutter Creek, so it's bringing the neighborhood kids together.
I don't disagree. I lived on Ridge Road and I went to Pine Grove School, even though I should have gone to Sutter Creek, but I live 5 seconds from Pine Grove, so it's a whole.
And there's also an opportunity here. Our 3 largest elementary schools, it would come in no surprise that they're also our 3 most impacted facilities-wise, right? And so Ione, Sutter Creek, and Jackson are the ones that are really tight on space. And so this also provides some opportunities to make it make a little more sense. And over time, it's also very challenging in a district to run a school with very few kids. You become very inefficient with staffing from top to bottom. On that, I mean, if you look at the data right there, like this is not picking on Plymouth in any way, but if we went just by boundaries right now, they'd only have 132 students. Just the sheer finances of that.
But think about those average class sizes.
Yeah, exactly.
But then we start getting combination
Can't
classes.
take off my former CBO hat to say how costly that would be, right?
Kindergarten
Right.
with only 20 kids?
Right, and now, and we're running the school with 210, which is still on the small side, but if you only ran it with 132, that would be challenging.
And with the smaller numbers, you run more chances for combination
Oh, yeah,
classes.
absolutely.
And then you're dealing with learning levels and.
Agreed.
Does this program allow you to like increase like fonts, like to make the cities pop out, maybe make the roads stick out more?
I'd have to do some overlays. What it is it's essentially like being on Google Maps inside the program. And so just like in Google, the more you zoom out, the less you see the names of the streets, and the more you zoom in, the more you see the names. And so I can't control that. It's whatever algorithm Google has in place as you zoom in and out to be able to do that. But we can take sections, we can do zoomed out views and then take zoomed in views of sections so you can get a better idea for the roads and everything else.
I think it might be wise to do the overall and then in each individual school zone.
Okay.
And do that. You know, that might make those smaller areas when you zoom in. And if you get to some areas, maybe you have to zoom in on the boundaries of some of your more confusing areas.
Okay.
Just my 2 cents worth.
Yeah, no, I agree totally. I think whatever we need to do to make it more easier for the public to read, what we try to, what I'm hoping we can avoid is having a parent coming in irate because, you know, if they were another 20 feet one direction, their kid would have been going with their buddy or something. So we just want to make sure that everyone completely is understanding where the boundaries are. And I think like this first, this main map where it says current elementary school boundary, you could probably do the next one, another slide next to that to shows the new one, and then you could just flip back and forth. I think whatever it takes to help the public understand where the boundaries would be if they change.
Absolutely, I can do that.
Also, too, when you look at this map and you look at the Sutter Creek area where you have Shake Ridge Road going up there, and then you see Ridge Road going through there, there's a big canyon in between there where the Sutter Creek comes down from Volcano. There's a natural division there, and it's easy for it to be planned where, okay, if you live on basically this side of the river, for example, you're going to go to this school, whereas this side of the river, you're going to go to that one, or the creek, or canyon, or whatever.
For sure. Okay, so I will come up with a recommended timeline and process. I just want to make sure I'm giving you all the information you need. I like Julia's idea of adding, I'll probably just do another slide. We can keep this one and then do another one that says current enrollment and then proposed changes, transfers in, transfers out, and then student population within proposed boundaries. Would that make sense to have a table that looks like that?
And also what the capacity of the school is.
I'll add another column for capacity. I do have that note here. It's there. Yes, it is. Okay. And then from there, the program has the ability to then take the proposed areas and do a map overview that would show this is what it would look like with the changes, with the proposed changes and without, so that people can toggle from those. And then I think the rest of it will just be the recommended process. On board meetings, I envision a public meeting, at least one, where people can come and ask questions and see, and then, you know, a timeline for when it would come back to the board for approval.
I look forward to your proposal.
Okay.
Just as I think that if you count how many board members are asking for different visual maps and overlays versus how many board members are asking for more columns on the chart, I think you probably have a really good idea of maybe in terms of the public, the proportion of how many people are visual.
We could take an aside about learning styles, right? And how we have 5 board members with a variety of learning styles, just like our families and students have. Yeah,
Yes, and some of us like numbers
and colors.
and percents and ratios. So I just would like to point out that 17.86% of our elementary students, almost 1/5, okay, that is a significant percentage, are transferred out of their residence boundaries. So this is long overdue because parents are already making those decisions. And if we adopt the policy that this is going forward for our families, like we're going to adjust the boundaries, but you can stay in the school you're in if you prefer, if you're already there, I think that we can truly create a win-win situation in the end.
I heard transportation brought up in this, and also can it be painted or described or explained to how this would help transportation as well?
Sure.
Or hurt, which I doubt you could hurt transportation.
Well, I mean, the goal would be that by making the boundaries make more sense, that they're able to plan more effective bus routes. I mean, if by chance a route got shorter in time, that would be awesome too, but.
Yes, it would.
Okay, that concludes our discussion action items. We're moving on to reports. Mr. Critchfield, I know you have one for us.
I do. I first want to thank quite a few of our principals. We've been busy the last week and a half with doing board member visits to a variety of our campuses. We set up a calendar. If we have not attended your school, we will get there. We have one more tomorrow, and then we have a couple more after the fall break. But over the last week, at least 2 board members have attended with me and done visits at Pioneer, Pine Grove Elementary Schools, Jackson Elementary, Jackson Junior High, Sutter Creek Primary, Sutter Creek Elementary, Amador High. And then today, we went to Ione Elementary School and Ione Junior High School. And I just, I want to thank the staff. I enjoy doing classroom visits. I've done quite a few of these already this year with the principal. When 2 of you walk into a room, it's a little bit of a distraction. When 4 walk in, all eyes on us. And so I apologize to the teachers. They've done a good job of just going with the flow. I spend a lot of time putting 2 fingers toward my eyes, looking at the kid, and then pointing back towards the teacher, like, yes, we're here, but turn back around. But it's been great to just see instruction, watch our students in action. There's a lot of things I could talk about. I want to talk about one really cool experience I had at Jackson Junior. We have a student who just moved here from another country and does not speak English, and we witnessed them during morning break sitting with a group of friends, and they were using translation apps on their phones, and they were communicating with each other. And I just thought that was really cool that we have kids that are going to welcome another student in that doesn't even speak English, and I look forward to touching base with that kid. I, of course, have a soft spot because I speak Spanish, so I talked to her a little bit in Spanish, and I'm going to be checking in with her on how her English goes. Kids are amazing when you immerse them at that age, that she's going to learn English so quickly, but already having a friend group, that just blew me away, that this group of kids, nobody's making them do this. It was like 4 or 5 kids. They were all sitting around at the table. Mr. Whitaker was there. I think Mr. Marzano. I think that was that visit with the 2 of you. And we witnessed this group of kids, and they're passing their phones around, having a conversation using a translation app. I just wanted to highlight that. I thought that was really cool. So shout out to those students at Jackson Junior High. I also just want to wish everyone a very restful fall break. We do have fall break next week. Not that too many people are counting, but 2 more days of school, and then we will be on fall break, and I wish everyone well.
Thank you, Mr. Critchfield. So we are to one of our favorite parts of our board meeting. We're going to hear from our student board members. Ms. Gilliam, did you want to go second tonight?
Yes, that would be great.
Ms. Patterson, if you don't mind, if you'll take us away.
Of course. I wanted to say welcome to Molly. This is her first board meeting, and I'm very excited to work with her. And over the past couple months, ASB has been diligently working on homecoming, as it is this Friday, our homecoming game and our homecoming dance this Saturday. Our advanced photo class just took a field trip to Hopa Valley on Monday, and they got a lot of great pictures. I'm working on it for the yearbook spread, and it's so exciting seeing them take pictures and seeing all the fun things they get to do. I wish I could have gone. Our yearbook teacher actually got to go with them, so that was really fun for her. Our cross country is doing really good, and they're about to go on a 3-week break for like a resting period, which I thought was really interesting because we don't have that in like volleyball. So it's like they get to like run a bunch, and then they get a 3-week period where they like take downtime, which that's just really cool to me. And then water polo is doing really good, and volleyball senior night was last night, which was really fun. We also like decked out the gym in a bunch with like neon signs, and we played Rosemont. We didn't do too good, but it was still really fun for like everyone to come out and see them. And again, our football HOCO game is this Friday, and I'm really looking forward to see how our booths play out and see how that all goes for everyone. So I'm really excited.
Yeah, so in the past couple of weeks, Argonaut had their homecoming. So we had our annual homecoming breakfast, which went really smoothly. It's a really fun event that we get to put on every year. The actual dance was super fun. The game we did not win, but it was still a great turnout in our staying gang. As for other sports, our cross country team's doing really well. They just went on a trip to Half Moon Bay and ran a race down there. They did really well. I know they're having multiple individuals move on to their postseason and sections, and I believe they're moving on for both the boys and girls varsity teams. Flag football had their first win a couple weeks ago, which felt pretty monumental because it's the first season that they've been able to play. So that was really cool. They've done a really good job of kind of like PR. They've put out a lot of posters, posted a lot on social media about their games, and that's just been really cool to see how much they've really pushed that sport, and it's just been really fun to see that kind of integrate into our school culture. As for ASB, the classes are starting construction on our downtown rally floats. Some classes are starting this week, some classes are starting next week, so it's kind of that time of year where everyone's super busy after school working on the floats. So we're kind of just starting to prepare for that, talking to Main Street, getting signs up, stuff like that. And then we've had 2 new clubs, I believe, join Argonaut. Most recently, the debate club, we started approving things for kind of the beginning motion of that club to be instituted at Argonaut in a meeting today during ASB. And then we have also had an Interact club form, which is basically just a community service club. And they had their first event with the Ione Rotary last week. And they made some money for the club, and they've had meetings every other Thursday. And it's been really cool to see students get involved with the community service on campus.
Thank you so much. We look forward to hearing from you every meeting. Mr. Crow, did you have an update for us?
Yeah, first, welcome. Glad to have another one here. Thanks. I wanted to thank the staff at Jackson Elementary for the site visit last week. It was good to see the teachers in action and see how the students work with their teachers. I'm very uneasy about walking into classrooms and trying to not be a disruption. So hopefully I was able to blend into the wall. Probably not, but regarding there's a comment tonight about consolidation and keeping that at the forefront. I think once our studies are in, there'll be a lot more discussion as far as the next steps in the process, and I'm looking forward to that. I think that was at the end of this year, sometime in November, I think. November or December is when we were...
No, it's to turn of the new year.
Okay, so in the next few months. Another comment tonight that got me thinking is I would like to get a report on what we can do for the special ed at Plymouth. I have heard numerous comments, and numerous people have reached out to me about concerns of not only the students but also the staff. And I would like to get, I guess, work on what we can do to make improvements and to just make things better. We made that change out there, and it does not seem like it's going as we had hoped, and I'm really hoping that we can make some improvements so that we can make things better for our students out there. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Crow. Mrs. Parker?
Yes, so this past week, I am very happy that we've been back doing boardwalks, trying to visit as many campuses that we can. In the last week, I've been able to visit Pioneer Elementary, Pine Grove Elementary, Sutter Creek Elementary, Ione Elementary and Junior High, as well as Amador High School. We have more walks planned throughout the year, which I think is really fabulous, and I'm looking forward to it. I really enjoy seeing what everyone's doing, the work is being done, hearing things that are working, and also areas that we need to improve on or focus some more time on. Particularly receiving comments in areas of student behaviors and ways that we can best support those students and the staff that work with them daily. Kind of piggybacking off of what Shane had to say, I've received many emails and calls and messages about this, and I think that this was highlighted today by a public comment made by Mr. Garcia in regard to his special needs son escaping school campus. What I've gathered and I'm taking away from feedback that I've received, not just from Mr. Garcia, but multiple staff members across multiple different campuses, is that we've developed some nice looking systems on paper, but that some of these systems of support just aren't translating into our actual classrooms. At one point, I know that we had an intensive intervention program for some of our more extensive behaviors that we don't have anymore. For our special education population, we have a mild moderate program for our students on campuses, and we have extensive needs programs on certain campuses, but we have an entire population of special needs students that don't really fit into either of these programs, and they're not being served appropriately. And so I understand that what I'm talking about are large undertakings, but I think that we really have to start having some of these conversations, thinking outside the box and figuring this stuff out. I can't speak for everyone, but I feel that more so now than it has been in some recent years, that we are more open and receptive to hearing ideas and concerns. And I personally am happy to be part of creating a solution for these issues and moving some of these things in a positive direction. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Parker. Mr. Marzano.
Not much. I feel confident enough that we will look into and do our best to do better with the reports that I also have received and Mr. Garcia's words. I'm very grateful that we've started to do the boardwalks again. It helps us understand more, be in the classrooms, even if it is for 2 minutes. I mean, I think it's great for us to see that, and for them to see us, for us to see the campuses, to have organic conversations take place. It's just good all around, and I appreciate you, Mr. Critchfield, for starting that up again. Everybody have a great break.
Thank you, Mr. Marzano. Mr. Whitaker.
I too have gone on a couple boardwalks, some with Mr. Critchfield, and before he sent out his email, I approached Dr. Palenzuelos about going to Pioneer and Pine Grove. So I've also gone up there before you did. And one of the things that struck me is our kids are engaged, but they're also extremely polite. Mr. Palenzuelos and I were in the back of the room, and this young man got up out of a classroom. He was going to do something, and he just walked by and said, "Excuse me, sir, could I get by here, please?" Very nice and polite, you know, and it shows what wonderful kids we do have in our community, and I want to shout that out. Also, when I do boardwalks, I'm looking at things, you know, the engagement of the students, but I'm also looking at the physical plant, too, because if a kid's in a well-maintained school, they're going to feel good about themselves, and they're going to try and do better. And I've noticed with a lot of our elementary schools, when I was up at Pioneer, things looked good. There's always room for improvement. There's also things there. Pine Grove, it was the same thing. And I was walking around Amador High School the other day, and I go, there's a couple things that might need to be attended to. So I will be getting comments to you, Jared, about what I've seen. So the maintenance people can get to it. Sometimes it's just little things like, okay, a bolt here and a bench is all it needs, and it looks like it's repaired. So that, as far as the comments that were made about the consolidation, we are looking, and not only this week, but in previous weeks, we have been getting comments like, okay, what's happening with consolidation? Or are we doing it in the correct way? Well, we did the EIR, the draft EIR. It came back. We did not certify it. We said we wanted more information. And so we're getting more information. And last year I sat through courses at the CSBA conference learning about how you do a CEQA study and a draft EIR. And we are not following the correct method. We're actually doing better because a lot of times they say you go through, you certify the EIR, and then you do the studies afterwards. We're at least doing the studies beforehand, so I'm very glad to see that. And those studies do take time, the traffic study and the hydrology study, and it's going to take a little time, and it will be coming, as Mr. Critchfield said, hopefully just right after the first of the year, and we'll be getting that information out. We can't give you information that we haven't gotten, you know, and I know for a fact that had anything been coming around that would have been pertinent, we would have been told, because just as some people have said, the community's not hearing, we haven't really heard anything either. And that's because these studies are being done. You can't decide on anything until the study is complete. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Whitaker. I'm going to keep it short and sweet. And I am going to piggyback on Mr. Marzano's comments earlier in the meeting, inquiring about board policies. And I know that we hope to see an agenda item in the future for that. And then at that time, we will discuss how to proceed with such a large amount of updates. We also might need to consider a regular schedule every year for processing those updates so that it doesn't go by the wayside again for.
That's all part of the plan, yes.
Okay, so that being said, I look forward, my little nerd self, to seeing more columns on the table regarding our boundary adjustments. And with that said, happy fall break coming up. Thank you, teachers and staff and cabinet. It's going to be a well-deserved break, I am sure. We have our next meeting next month after break. It will be Wednesday, November 13th, tentatively scheduled to be held here at the Amador County Administration Building. Open session will start at 5:30. We are adjourned. It is 8:50. Do you need a break? Okay. We'll give a couple minutes for anybody who wants to leave before we start the County Office of Education meeting.
Thanks, Molly. See you, Peyton. Sounds good. Good job. You sound like an old pro.
Okay, we're going to call to order the Amador County Office of Education meeting. It is 8:54, correction. We are all present on the board here. Mr. Critchfield, do we have any deletions or corrections to the agenda?
We do not.
Perfect. I do not see any presentations and recognitions on the agenda for employee organizations. Special Educators of Amador County, Mrs. Angie Lucas, excuse me. I don't see her here tonight. And for CSEA, Ms. Matheson? Not here. I do not have any public comment cards for non-agenda items. So we are at the consent agenda. We have minutes, warrants, Williams Act quarterly report, and continued funding application for California State Preschool Program. Mrs. DeWalt, if anyone has questions. If there are no questions, we're ready for a motion.
I'll move to approve item 8, the consent agenda.
I'll go ahead and second.
Thank you. For the roll call vote, Mr. Crow?
Yes.
Mrs. Parker?
Yes.
Mr. Marzano?
Aye.
Mr. Whitaker?
Yes.
I'm also a yes. We have no communications for the county meeting. For discussion action items, we have 3. First, we have a Lego education purchase. Mrs. DeWalt. This sounds like fun. There wasn't enough time to get this in before we started? I'm going to go ahead and let Mrs. DeWalt proceed.
Good evening, board and cabinet and members of the audience. This is an opportunity for our students who attend the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program, our after-school programs, to be involved in STEM activities. So Lego Education has put out these kits that come with different curriculum and learning objectives, but it's really a way for kids to explore and play and learn at the same time. It really meets all of our requirements for expanded learning. It's not just daycare anymore and after school. There's really opportunities for kids to learn and experience, and so this is a great thing that they already play with, but really building in curriculum and some learning with their Legos for STEM. So what we are asking is that the board approve this PO to buy the kits for all 7 of our ELOP sites. I'd like to point out that this is kind of a one-time deal. It's not something that we have to purchase every year. The curriculum comes with the kits. It's not like some of our previous contracts where there's somebody who comes in and teaches. The curriculum comes with the kits, and then our current staff are the ones that present the curriculum to the students. The other thing I just think it's important to note, because there's always questions around like how money is spent. ELOP does not come out of the general fund. It's really its own kind of pot of money that we can only spend on Expanded Learning Opportunities Program. So I do request that the board approve this purchase, and if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them for you.
What fund does it come from? Is it its own ELOP fund?
It comes out of something called Fund 12. The general fund comes out of Fund 1. There's a few other pots of money that are in Fund 12, like food service, and I'm not Mr. Critchfield, so I can't name them all, but it doesn't impact the general fund. It only comes out of ELOP money.
Is this $50,000 Legos going to come out of that 3 million?
No, the Fund 12 and Fund 13 are 2 separate funds. Fund 13 specifically lives on the district side. Fund 12 is a county side. And whereas it does have food components, those food components are tied specifically to ELOP.
Yeah.
And so whereas that is a little bit different. So the food service we looked at before was specifically tied to the general education and funding all different school sites. They do tie in a little bit to ELOP, but not Fund 13 specifically, but our food service does help facilitate food for the ELOP program. So the fundings are two separate, completely different things.
And if these, I know you say these are a one-time purchase. I've have kids, Legos get lost, they get stepped on often in the middle of the night, but that's irrelevant. They get lost. You're gonna have to buy the whole new kit again, correct?
You can buy just portions of the kit. You wouldn't have to
Okay.
buy the whole kit.
But this PO is for 1, 2, 3, 4.
It's for a lot.
Like 250-ish kits. That's a
Well,
lot.
this year we serve about 400 kids in the ELOP.
And so once you spread that out over 7 sites and,
Correct.
yeah.
We have some sites that are serving about 90 kids a day.
Mm.
So that is the reason for so many kids.
Sure.
Is ELOP money, is the Fund 12 grant, a lot of grant money? Is that what it's from? Or is it just funding from the state?
It's, ELOP program is grant.
Is it grant money? Okay.
It also does have some parent-paid funding as well, so there
Okay.
is a profit loss aspect to ELOP as well, but a
Okay.
lot of it is grant funded.
Okay.
Are there any additional questions?
I move to approve item 10.1, Lego education purchase.
I'll go ahead and second.
I had another question, sorry. Which is, what is the dollar amount that an item has to come to the board on the county side? And is that why this is coming to us? Or am I confusing?
It's if it's over $25,000 and not in the current budget. And so because with Jenny and her program evolving, this was not in the original budget for the
Okay.
year. Had this already been built into the approved budget, it wouldn't have come to the board.
Okay, all right. So there was a motion and a second? Right, sorry.
Are you set? Okay. So we'll proceed with the roll call vote at this time. Mr. Crow?
Yes.
Mrs. Parker?
Yes.
Mr. Marzano?
Aye.
Mr. Whitaker?
Yes.
I'm also a yes.
Thank you on behalf of the kiddos.
Thank you.
So we got a late submission for public comment on non-agenda items. We're going to interrupt the discussion action items. Mrs. Bonnie Gale.
Good evening, Board and Cabinet. Thank you for allowing me to go out of order, I suppose. I'm coming up here on behalf of both of the Sikh Union and the CSEA, and I would like to respectfully request that if we could begin alternating the meetings in order so that perhaps some of our union members are able to more fully participate, given the workload of our county staff and the understaffing needs that we face every day. The opportunity to participate earlier would be very helpful. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Gale. Discussion action items 10.2, CYBHI service agreement with Healthy Campus, Mrs. Avila and Mrs. Hess. Welcome.
Good evening, Board, Cabinet, and community members. Who's left? We know it's late, so we will do our best to keep this concise, but as you know in your packets, there's a service agreement that could be long and lengthy and tedious, so we thought that it would be helpful to go through and kind of give a big picture overview of what California Healthy Kids, that's the other one. What is it? Oh, Healthy Campus and CYBHI, the California Youth Behavioral Health Initiative. The first page of our slide is going to go through all the definitions because, as you know, this is all new and we're going to have lots of new acronyms for you. We're excited to present this because this is a new funding stream in the state of California. So allowing schools to access funds through the state that we've never been able to access before. So with me, I have Stephanie Hess, who is going to go through quite a bit of this with us.
All right, so make sure everyone can hear me. We're going to start with the California Youth Behavioral Health Initiative overview. So the California Youth Behavioral Health Initiative is a significant 5-year initiative in California to transform the behavioral health support that's offered to children, youth, and families. A part of that, many initiatives that they are doing under this CYBHI umbrella is the multi-fee or the multi-payer school-linked fee schedule. So what that is it is a fee schedule which acts as a new way to fund school-based behavioral health services for children and youth. And the unique thing about the fee schedule is that it not only panels with Medi-Cal, but all commercial insurance as well. So schools would be able to access fees no matter what insurance students have. Under that, the fee schedule, as we'll call it throughout this presentation, we were the CYBHI school-linked partnership and capacity grants were offered as a way for county offices of education to become operationally ready to access this fee schedule that they are proposing. So Amador County Office of Ed was awarded $500,000 in June of 2024 to begin building the infrastructure to bill and be reimbursed under the fee schedule.
That $500,000 was determined by the state. They gave each COE, they had some ratio as to how they figured out what that was. The intent of that, you can go to the next slide, Des. The intent of that was really to begin to support county offices of ed to build the infrastructure within their system so that we can have a system that would allow us to access that fee schedule, bill for services that are already taking place in schools. So it's work that we're already doing, but now will basically be reimbursed. So those funds were intended specifically for that, with the expectation that that we would do the work to become operational and training people and all of those things. In order to access the fee schedule, it's a flat rate, so depending on what that service is, like a counselor meeting with a student and talking about, social challenges or having a hard time with friends, that's a flat rate that we would then be able to bill for and be reimbursed. And so that's not something that's currently happening, that billing piece, but the work is happening. So when we say it's a new funding stream, it's just because this has never been set up in the past. And the Department of Healthcare Services is kind of looking at the ability for us to bill for this as being a means of preventative health and wellness. So rather than it, becoming a tier 3 where someone is in crisis, this is allowing schools to build a sustainability model by recouping some of the funds for services that we're already providing in schools. In order to partake in this, you have to be part of a cohort. So cohorts 1 and 2 are already up and running. And this is how it just works in CDE. They're kind of the crash test dummies, and they will build the system as they're rolling it out. And so we are part of cohort 3. We actually, since creating the slide deck, submitted our implementation plan for cohort 3, and Stephanie actually did a lot of the work on that. And we have great news that Amador County Office of Education was the first to be approved out of cohort 3. And they said that it was a lot of great work, a lot of great planning, and we look like we're going to be ready to start billing for services effective January 1. And then one condition, as I mentioned already, was that in order for that to take place, we will be essentially spending that $500,000 to build that infrastructure internally. So that's what that service agreement, those funds would be coming specifically out of the grant funds designed for us to access that fee schedule.
Next slide, please. So what can we use? What grant funding allowables and allocations? So what we need to do is we need to use 70% of these funds, these grant funds that we're talking about, to become, to enroll our providers in Medi-Cal
and create a system that is managing those, Medi-Cal enrollments and also those provider enrollments. Service delivery, infrastructure and capacity building, data collection and documentation, and billing infrastructure.
Next slide.
And so in order to do that, we really need a full service partner. And that's what Healthy Campus is. So Healthy Campus is an organization that provides and facilitates healthcare services on campuses. They have a operations and revenue suite. They call it the ORS, and it acts as a hub that does all of that for us. It has a provider management portal. It has a parent portal or patient portal, so parents can go in directly and input their healthcare information. It provides as a documentation system so that we are able to document and bill for services. It also has data analytics and reporting. It has the ability to claim, so to send the bills to the third-party administrator, who then would determine if we then send it to the insurance company or Medi-Cal, and then we get reimbursed. The most important thing I think about Healthy Campus is that they are able to integrate with our current system, ARIES, which is huge. So they are prepared and ready to, or they already have the infrastructure in place to do that.
Next slide, please. Thank you. So this next slide goes over just an example of some of the billable services that are already taking place in our schools. So psychoeducation, this is your special education testing that a school psychologist would conduct. That, for example, is a billable service. We're currently billing for students who have Medi-Cal, but this fee schedule would allow our school psychologists to bill for students who have private insurance as well. Some other examples would be screening and assessments, mental health therapy, and care coordination. Care coordination, you've heard a little bit about cost this year. This is that coordination of services when we talk about making recommendations to provide additional support to students and families. That's also a billable service. And then they also there's a whole spreadsheet that indicates levels of credentialing, licensing, in order for people to be considered a billable practitioner, if you will. And so what you see on the right-hand side of this graphic are just a list of some of the providers we currently have operating within our system who could be billing and essentially reimbursed for the work that they're already doing in our schools. All right, next slide, please.
So this is a sample return on investment that Healthy Campus helped create. They have an ROI calculator, and this isn't linear. We pulled it from different tables, so it doesn't make a lot of sense when you're just looking at it at a glance. But overall, this is a sample return over 5 years. So over 5 years, if we're billing at maximum productivity, which we might not be in 5 years, this is going to be a work in progress. But the goal would be that our annual net would be 979, around that ballpark. We've ran it a few different ways as well, like if we only had certain counselors bill or whatnot. And the return on investment did appear to be quite significant compared to what we're getting now, which is nothing. Yeah.
All right, and last slide. So just kind of some important dates, what's to come. Right now, we're in the process of building our internal structure, and then upon hopefully an approval tonight, we'll be able to get that training going with Healthy Campus to build that within our system to hopefully be able to start accessing that fee schedule come January 1st. So that is it for our quick overview of a whole bunch of new acronyms, and we are happy to take any questions you have.
I first want to thank Stephanie and Amanda for sticking around tonight, doing this presentation. I was in Madera last month with all the county superintendents in the state, and they had a presentation on CYBHI with some of the individuals from cohorts 1 and 2. We're fortunate to be in cohort 3 because they learned a lot in cohorts 1 and 2 and stumbled through it. And so I think this is really good timing for us to insert ourselves in this situation to be able to bill for all these services that we already provide. I mean, they're essentially creating a system where we're providing a new revenue source, and that will help our students. I mean, it's just an amazing program. So thank you both.
Thank you, Jared.
Thank you, Mr. Critchfield. I'm going to go down the line. This is a lot of new information.
Yes.
Mr. Crow, did you have any questions?
Yeah, I don't know if it's a question or me just telling everyone that I'm not fully comprehending.
It's a lot.
It's very confusing.
I'm at the slide, it has credentialed practitioners and providers, mental health specialists. Just going back onto our special ed part of the district, there's such an issue as far as finding those providers. How does that, is this going to have this, is this going to be different than that? That's one concern, is that because of our locality, it's hard to find people that want to come up here and do these things.
I can't say that it will necessarily help with finding those people, but bringing in an additional revenue will allow us to, and at this point, as far as how that revenue can be used, the state is still fine-tuning that. But it is typical that in a case like this, those funds would be used to go back into that same system of support. So earlier we heard during the district meeting concerns about behavioral supports and things like that. Maybe it's having more counselors and now we have a different funding source perhaps that can afford to hire those people. Should we be able to find them, which is a statewide and even national problem, depending on the position we're talking about. But just having that additional revenue source that we haven't been able to tap into, and not just us, everybody, it hasn't existed prior, I think is only going to allow us to position ourselves to be available, to be creative with how those funds could be used to support student needs.
Thank you.
I don't know that that really answered your question, Shane.
It did. Thank you.
Mrs. Parker?
Yeah, I have a few things. I always enjoy when you guys come, or at least Amanda, I don't know if Sharon met you yet, but just the slides are
here, so.
Okay. The slides are great and all of those things. Again, this is a lot of information to take in. So one question I had, I think it's kind of what Shane was asking, when you're billing for these services, which I think is great. I'm like, they're providing these services, kids, can we get some of the pie here? Where does the money go when it comes back to the district? So when we're getting reimbursed for these things, like, does it go into a separate pot of money that can only be, we live in like a red tape, like.
Yeah. Go ahead, Steve.
Well, I'm just going to say, we were working with our fiscal analyst, Terry,
Right.
and we were talking about that. That was her question. It's like, so we get this money, now where does it go?
Okay.
And so she was talking about setting up a separate account so we can track our revenue.
Right.
And how that works in the business office is foreign to me, how we have to defer. But that was what the idea was
Okay.
when we were building our budget for implementation planning.
Okay.
And the state hasn't yet specifically said it can only be used for X, Y, and Z. But typically in situations like this,
They will.
They want you to hire more people to do that type of work or something to support that work, which when you see the real, fee schedule as it sits right now, there's a lot of things that are in there. And so it really does kind of open up the scope of services. But again, it's CDE, so they're building it right now. Cohort 1 and 2 have not even recouped those funds they've billed for yet. So we're coming in at the right time, like Jared said.
Okay. And then I did have one more thing, like, the slide where it talked about, I don't even know, I can't, slide 5-8. Either way, the full service partner slide, where it talked about it. That one, I was looking through it when you guys were talking about it, and it almost makes it seem like, just from that, it makes it seem like we're providing like healthcare to students on campus. And so I think that can sometimes be maybe slightly concerning to parents and those kind of things, considering when it talks about like a patient portal and things like that, when 12-year-olds in California can go by themselves online. And I think that is a concern for a lot of our parents, and especially where we live in here in Amador County. So I'm going to speculate that those health
can
also
clarify
applies
that.
to behavioral health. So that just kind of threw me for a loop, so I just kind of want to hear.
No, I appreciate that, Kayla, because this will give us a little bit of historical context with Healthy Campus. So in some districts, larger school districts, many down south, they do have school-based health clinics where they're doing exactly that and able to provide physical health, like from a medical lens. And so this program has already been developed and active and billing under those parameters. That's not what we're using it for. They have since adapted and modified their system to now keep up with this new movement from CDE, allowing us to access that new fee schedule. And so the work that and you probably saw it when you read through the 38 pages of the service contract, but it is for the behavioral health services that's specific to this grant alone. So we don't have the capacity to have, we could barely have 2 nurses. We don't have the capacity to have like medical centers on our schools. Large cities can, but that's why that language comes specifically from their website, because that's how they were initially designed and implemented. Steph, did you want to add to any
I
of
just
that?
want to say, that's why I think I was calling it a parent portal. Because it's not like, the parent would be entering that information and there's ways we can set things up as well, to modify how the system works.
Sure, okay.
That was a great question, thank you, because we had it on a bullet point, but we were trying to be concise. It's getting late, guys. Anything else, James? Did you have a question?
I did, and I'm stuck on the Medi-Cal enrollment because I know families, as Mr. Crow said, lack of providers locally, which which means providers taking Medi-Cal or lack thereof. Are we doing something, or are we spinning our wheels for dollars?
No, so can I answer?
Yeah, please.
Okay, so that, as a part of the fee schedule, anybody, if we're enrolled right now, as an LEA, but our providers would be enrolled and just under our enrollment and our access to the fee schedule and being part of the cohort, they are automatically able to bill Medi-Cal. So our providers would go in, like say we have SEL Counselor 1, she would go in and we would help them get Medi-Cal, certified with their number in the provider management system. And as a basis of that, because of the way the fee schedule is set up, we automatically get to bill Medi-Cal for that. We don't have to be, I know from other entities, you have to get paneled with Medi-Cal. You have to answer to a lot of red tape, and it's really hard for private providers to do that. But in this case, that's not how it works. It would just be anybody in our network as a CBO contracted with us or our employee could bill under that fee schedule based, as long as they are in the management system.
So we're not sending families out per se, trying to hunt down that medical or Medi-Cal provider. So it won't necessarily impact what you were referencing there, but rather that if they have Medi-Cal, or even needed help signing up for Medi-Cal, that's something we want to build into our system too, because we have a lot of families who are eligible and have not done that. So that's something that Healthy Campus will support as well. But other than that, all of these services are provided on the school campus. If it's a student who has a private insurance, for example, we have Kaiser. If it was one of the Avila kids receiving a service, they're going to bill Kaiser. I, as the parent, would never even know that it's happening. I just know my kid went to the counselor that day. So it's, like I said, it's work that's already happening, but it's just allowing as like a preventative measure. It's allowing that reimbursement to take place. And this all came out of like post-COVID when they saw that there was, huge need for providing services on campus as opposed to like what James said, where we were pushing our families out. Go find somebody. And that doesn't work for small rural counties like us. Anything else, James?
I don't even know how to form the questions to ask them.
I couldn't get the acronym, so you're good. You get a free pass.
No, I don't know how to form a question.
Okay. I have a question because I see fee schedule, what are billable, because I know we're providing services for our students and everything like that. And I'm just thinking of insurance sometimes, okay, you bill insurance doesn't pay everything.
Yep.
And then you get a bill at your door. So there's going to be no cost to our families.
Parents. So right now,
that's one thing.
Yeah, we can't. Right now, what our parents, when they enroll, their student asks about medical insurance. That's all we're essentially getting. Is do they have Medi-Cal or do they have a private insurance? But yeah, it will not.
Yeah.
That was one of my first questions. Is this going to touch my deductible?
And I'm asking that question because if our families see this, What do you mean?
Right,
I get
I know.
billed? What services are billable? Am I
Right.
gonna get a bill
Yeah.
for something?
If I recall, don't they already do this though in like when in IEPs and stuff? They ask if you can bill Medi-Cal.
Yes.
And it has nothing to like they ask that in IEP meetings.
Yeah.
So is this just kind of like
Been
a
a while since
reiteration?
It's the exact
for
same thing,
Any
but
services they don't have to be in
Yes.
special education.
that's exactly it, Kayla. Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, great
That's my
questions.
question.
Thank you.
So I feel like all the questions have been asked. The important part to, I think, underscore is that we are not planning to offer any additional services that we are not already offering to our students as part of their public education. That this is simply giving us a mechanism and funding to set up to start recouping some of the possible billing for things that we are already doing for our students. So assessments, behavioral therapy, all those things that you guys are already providing to students and to families overlap the medical billing world. And now CDE has found, set up the infrastructure so that we can start recouping some of
You
those
should have presented
dollars.
this for me.
Well,
That was perfect,
I
Julia.
think that some of the buzzwords can
is.
set off little alarms in folks. So when you like, I don't want you asking my students for health insurance. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like if she wants to go to the wellness center.
Right.
I don't want you guys asking her for her health
No,
insurance
yeah.
before she goes in. You know what I mean? So those are the concerns that the parents are going to have. And so I think that how we explain the changes for us as a district are going to be important.
Yeah, and I think that that's key. And part of what we're working on right now with that $500,000 and building that infrastructure will be making all the things that California or that Healthy Campus offers fit our system. That's what's beautiful about it. We don't have to do the school-based healthcare. We could just focus on the things that we currently have, and so they allow us to customize that. And so what I would like to ask is, once we build that internal structure and what that's going to look like and what we're billing for and who is billing, that we could come back and kind of propose, like, here's the plan. It wouldn't be a discussion action item, but like, here's where we're at with this. And this is the system that we're looking to use internally, and answer like some of those FAQs that maybe parents may have when they see things like mental health and school-based healthcare, because that's who this provider technically was when they first originated.
Well, I think some of the concern also comes from the fact that these services are provided by our employees, who we are paying a salary. And so for us to be receiving these reimbursements for the services that our salaried employees are providing, I can see where that is just a question that doesn't have answers quite yet, based on what you have said to us. But it's definitely something that we'll need to revisit when those answers start becoming more concrete.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure.
So you guys need an approval for the contract.
We do.
And that is a significant contract.
It is.
But the fiscal impact is that it was paid for by a grant.
Right. Well, the grant couldn't be used for anything but establishing that infrastructure. We couldn't have done that on our own and just find that money to build that. And the state acknowledged that, which is why they came up with a ratio to determine what county offices are getting what allotment. And that is the 5-year service contract.
Oh, that's not just an initial upfront cost.
Correct.
Oh,
Yes. It's over the course of 5 years.
okay. Mr. Marzano, did you have a follow-up question?
Yeah. So you need our approval to spend the grant money
Correct.
with this system that the state has that we've put in place.
That we will build a structure to put in place, yes.
Okay.
So we don't have the structure yet. None of the COEs have a structure yet. So we're all in the same boat.
Well, that was my other question.
Yeah.
Who is in cohort 3?
Right now, all I know is that we are, I know that I'm on calls every Friday with other counties who are trying to get into cohort 3 and who have also been in cohort 1 and cohort 2. I was just on a call this morning with Tehama County, and I believe that they are in cohort 2. So,
And how many cohorts are there? 3?
yeah, we just applied for the most recent one. Yeah,
There will likely be more, but you kind of don't know, just depending on when other county offices
Who
apply.
created the cohorts? Yourselves?
No, the Department of Healthcare Services.
Okay.
Yeah, the California Department of Healthcare Services. They're the ones really driving this work.
Okay.
Yeah.
And like every grant, there's a tremendous amount of reporting to make sure that we are doing what we said in our plan we were going to do. So we work very closely with our business office to ensure that we are compliant on that end, and then also the rollout of the implementation plan.
And we or you guys are the first ones in cohort 3 to be, what did you say?
Approved by yes,
DHCS.
DHCS, yeah. That was really a lot of her hard work.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm just.
There's a
No,
lot
it's
of
big
moving
stuff.
parts,
Yeah,
and there's 3
I'm good.
different entities involved in this one system that will come to fruition. So it is a lot right now, especially with the grant in the middle of it.
Yeah, this is a lot to get all in one meeting, both the grant and then here's this giant contract we need you to approve and, yeah. There was no heads up.
Nope, not usually.
Are there any other additional questions? I know you guys don't feel 100% ready to make a motion. Some of this one is definitely, unfortunately, in the wait and see category.
I move to approve item 10.2 CYBHI service agreement with Healthy Campus.
I'll go ahead and second.
For the roll call vote, Mr. Crow,
Yes.
Mrs. Parker,
Yes.
Mr. Marzano.
I'm gonna vote no.
Do you want to explain your no vote?
I'm confused.
Okay, understood.
I'm sorry.
I think that is understandable. Mr. Whitaker?
Yes.
I am also a yes. Congratulations, ladies.
Thank you. And we would like to come back when everything's up and running and we've
Absolutely.
built that internal structure, and be sure, if you have questions and think of them later, let us know. We'd be happy to come back and
We look
and
forward to your
answer
updates.
publicly or off the record. If you come up with something, we're happy to help. Thank you.
Thank you both.
That brings us to our last discussion action item, which is a companion item, the unaudited actuals. Mr. Norton?
Thank you, Board. And I actually want to thank Ms. Avila, Ms. Hess, or Mrs. Avila, Mrs. Hess, because I will be touching briefly on Medi-Cal billing, ironically enough, in this particular segment as well. So just to reiterate, the County Office of Education, this will be the audited actuals. This is basically the spending as of June 30, 2024. I'll try to speed through some things as they are repetitive, but just stop me if I'm going too fast at any given time. Go ahead and go to the next slide. Perfect. So the revenue breakout is a little different than you'll see from the district. The LCFF funding piece is significantly smaller as a percentage of the whole pie here. Other state takes a significantly bigger portion. This is due to the AB 602 funding that the County Office of Education receives, specifically tied to special education, which takes up a much larger piece of this. Federal funding is much a larger piece. A lot of our federal funding that we do receive does take place on the county side. And then local funding actually took a bigger place this year than normal, and that is actually tied to a Medi-Cal reimbursement that we received of roughly $1.4 million this last year. On a normal year, we usually receive about $100,000. This was an anomaly due to an audit that was done by the state of basically how Medi-Cal has been billed by the different school districts, and it was found that we were not reimbursed fully for the past, I don't even remember how many years it was, but it was a few years. And so this was basically the culmination of correcting that mistake. So we received these funds. I would not expect that to occur again, but it's nice when they say the bank error is in your favor. All right, next slide, please. Yeah, that was the action. That's fine. And so this just provides the actual dollar breakout. over year context, sorry, I lost my place here. The LCFF increased by about 1.3 million, and the other state funds increased by about 1.3. A lot of this was tied to the COLA, as both the AB 602 funding and the LCFF funding are tied to the COLA. So as those increase, we'll see those both rise. And then as we already noted, the local revenue and the federal had their own percentages. The federal funding actually did decrease a little bit, but that was again due to one-time funds kind of running out. But the local funding was impacted significantly by that reimbursement we had. Next slide. So this is the major expenditure categories. We kind of went through those before. On this side, the amount of salaries and benefits is a slightly smaller percentage than what you would normally see. A lot of that is due to what we've already talked about before, due to staffing shortages. So they are replaced a lot by operating expenditures, which are really our services contracts to help fill those gaps as we can. So we're looking at speech language pathology, occupational therapy, physical therapy, and then services for our MPS students. On this side, the county office was a little less impacted by the health insurance excess, so that is not as big of a factor on this side. But the big piece of that pie for operating expenditures is more tied to our positions and services contracts. Next slide, please. So this is, again, that actual dollars piece. You see the big piece of the pie, that's salaries and benefits. Again, just highlighting that particular note. We can go ahead and go to the next slide. This is the general fund summary. Overall revenues were at 13 million, expenses at 11.5, resulting in an increase of 1.5 million. And you could see that the Medi-Cal dollars are restricted. We did kind of briefly touch on that here. They can only be spent on basically services going back toward what we provide for the Medi-Cal reimbursements. So that's why they are restricted funds as opposed to unrestricted. They do all live in Fund 01. So like we talked earlier tonight about Fund 13, Fund 12, those are separate funds. This still resides in Fund 1, just in its own resource, but it is restrictive. So that's the long and short of that there. And then on the unrestricted side, we did see an increase of about 30,000. So not much movement there. Almost in line. A lot of that was due, we had the contributions to restricted resources. Again, as we brought up in the district side, that was special education contribution from the general fund, as well as restricted maintenance. The same special note comes into play here with the CDE approving our 24-25 budget on the county side, so just wanted to add that here. All right, next slide, please. This is the 9-year comparison. As it sits right now, because of that, the windfall, you do see that our restricted revenues having our ending fund balance have increased significantly year over year there, whereas our unrestricted is increased, but not quite as dramatically. Reserves on the county side are in a much better position overall by comparison. So we can go to the next slide. The reserve requirement calculation, it's the same thing on the district side, except our reserve requirement percentage is higher. On the county side, we need to have at least 4% to meet our reserve requirement. This one is a little closer. We didn't have a ton of movement on our unrestricted reserves. Everything was kind of in line. And so that with our increase in expenditures overall for the year, we did see that the reserve percentage did shrink to 4.3. So still meeting requirements, but it's just definitely something to keep an eye on as we move into this new fiscal year. And then we'll go ahead and move to the last slide here. And so for the moving forward, similar concepts here, the fiscal discipline, where we just got to look at, make sure we're not making a habit of deficit spending. And this year we did not, so this is a good thing. Cash management is the same issue. Cash is always king. The county side is a little less dramatic than the district. It does receive more consistent funding, but there are still different times where we do have the bulk of our funding come in. Special education is a major impact on the county side with those services contracts. They do cost us more in the long run than having positions there. So we'd love to fill them. That's something we're working on, but they do serve the gap. And then the health and welfare piece we talked about before, board engagement, we love having it. And then the state budget and uncertainties there. So that's the long and short. Is there any questions? I did go kind of fast at some point, so I'm open for that, but we do recommend approval.
All right, let's go ahead and poll for questions. Mr. Crow?
No questions.
Mrs. Parker?
No questions.
Mr. Marzano?
No question.
Mr. Whitaker?
No questions, but congratulate your team for all their hard work.
Thank you so much.
I have no questions for this companion item. We're ready for a motion?
I move that we approve item 10.3, the unaudited actuals for 23-24.
I will second. So for the roll call vote, Mr. Crow?
Yes.
Mrs. Parker?
Yes.
Mr. Marzano?
Aye.
Mr. Whitaker?
Yes.
I'm also a yes. Brings us to information only with our current personnel recommendations. Did anybody have any questions for Dr. Palazuelos? If not, I will ask for additional reports. Mr. Critchfield?
I just want to wish our county office employees a restful and happy fall break. That's all I have.
Thank you. Trustees, did anybody want to make an additional board report?
I just want to echo everyone to enjoy the fall break, and also next Monday is Indigenous Peoples Day, and for my friends back in South Dakota, Native American Day.
Thank you for that. Anyone else? No? Our next meeting will be Wednesday, November 13th, tentatively scheduled to be held here at the Amador County Administration Building. Open session will start immediately following the ACUSD building meeting. We are adjourned. It is later than usual, 9:40.